Do something interesting tonight where every time we clear a bottleneck or clear a hurdle, drink! Got my lovely, lovely Cthulhu mug here. And to start things off, drink. Very nice. Alright, still making sorters after last time. That's interesting. Well, no rush at all. Got a nice little factory going on here with these. Yeah, okay. We're gonna be doing broadbands tonight. Just simple as that. Let's do this so that. Oh, right, because I'm using all the belts. Those are used. Alright. Okay. Either way. So, getting ready to take off and head to a spiniform planet, which I should have identified first. Ooh. So, here. You know what I'll do? That, and that. And hey, guess what? You don't need that many warpers. Those are fine. And I'll drop those off. Alright. Yeah, supply. Alright. Oh, you know what? Let me just take a sip. Take a quick little sip there. Alright. There, and... Ugh, alright. Got 12 of those, 4 and change of those. Alright. Whatever. Yeah, definitely don't need that. Here. Do. Yeah. I'll wait for that to come in here, and then I'll pick it up. Why? Because I'm gonna need, first of all of these, because broadbands are made in assemblers, not just dropped off assemblers. So, oh well. But they're based off of nanotubes and silicon, which are okay. So grumble. Whatever. Yeah. So broadbands are plastic, crystal silicon, and nanotubes. Nanotubes here is 1-to-1 in a chemical facility from Spiniform. That's a no. Drop you off. Okay. Actually, no. Here. Supply. Alright. And I'm just going to request from here anyway. Now, why am I doing that? Because I am gonna... First thing I'm gonna want to do when I get there is fill it with foundations. And that requires all... that's gonna require like 3.5 rows of foundation. So let's fill that up. Okay, those are still coming in, those are still coming in. I'm gonna stay until those are filled and then set them to supply. In the meantime, let me actually do what I should have done before and actually find the one that I'm gonna be going to, and that, my friends, ladies and gentlemen of the Twitch audience,
or however you identify,
that too, is 65 POTUS 2. So where the hell is 65 POTUS 2? Probably next to 64 POTUS 2. That's not how that works. Now it is relatively close to the home system according to my spreadsheet. I don't know why that one's set to always show. Oh, 65 of POTUS. Oh, okay. Ah, spiniform. Except I already have organic crystal on here. That's a problem. Well. Hmm. So there is one other one that is Venabulum. Venabulum 1. And that has like... that's got like two-thirds of the spiniform. The far fewer veins, but way more silicon. I do need silicon. I'm probably going to do both anyway. So let's actually... and that's got even more crude oil. Interesting. Let's go to Venabulum. Come here. Alright. Where is Venabulum? Venabulario? No. There we go. Venabulum. Which one was it? Venabulum 1. So the closest there. Oceanic Jungle. Nice. Alright, so these should be filled, yes. Remote supply. 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 And that should be it. Yes. Alright. I need anything else? I don't know, man. Let me actually grab some of those. So, yeah, I mean, one of the first things we're going to do is just pave the entire planet. That's kind of why I have so many foundations to head out to. Searching, searching, there. Now, how many do I even have supplied? Let's see. Yeah, these are the two main producers, I think. Because, yeah, 3 gone, 2 gone. They were supplying this one. That's interesting. So. Whatever. Yeah, now these are supplying that one. Good to know. See, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. We have 100,000 foundation in the network. Neat. Come chat in the Discord. Ah. Alright. There we go. Remote supply. Alright. Enough of this. Let's just go. Darn you, gravity. Throwing off my aim. Alright. Help with the... So, I've previously mentioned Grid Crunch would be one of the great demons if this became like a cargo cult mythology type thing. And I guess that would make the mods the helper angels. That's neat. What man? Alright. Oh man, I love this biome. Oh, that has got to be new. That has got to be new. I almost feel bad about paving over all of this. This is so pretty. Alright, enough of that. Polar hub with fusion. Yes. What are you talking about? 0 foundations recorded. That's bull. Alright. There we go. Concrete planet. Blueprint area starting point coordinates are not in the grid intersection. That's weird. I don't know what's going on. I'm at like 5 FPS. Let me move that down. Alright. Will consume 3.5 million soil pile. Alright. Okay. Why did the video go out? Did the game crash? The game might have crashed. Oh. It did not crash. Ooh, pretty. That is great. Let's try that again. Concrete Planet. Double click to use. Refuses to load. Auto saving. Let's try this again. What are you doing? Click. Apply. Go. Drink. Game crash. Game says no. I say yes! I don't think that's how this works. Okay, gotta do this manually then. Guess not. Alright, how far do we need? Out to here. Area size 1 by 1. Ooh. 10 by 10. Yes. Oop. I don't want red. Let's not do red this one. What's a good one? Ooh. Teal. Here, where? Puppies are fighting. Why? Alright. There we go. Might as well harvest things, right? Oh yeah. Got to re-enable this just to make sure. Okay, we should be fine. I can always dig those back up if need be. There we go. explore the galaxy, see exotic planets, and bulldoze them. Collide with other objects where? Oh, right. Okay. Right, the one thing I built. Of course. Alright. What's going on? Ah. Right. Alright, let me see about inviting this one person. This builds. Alright, what do we need? A lot of things. Okay. Okay. Right. Oh, joy. Okay. Yeah, I need to put those on the network then. Okay. Well, that's a thing. Alright, so in this world, we will need there. Doot doot. Doot doot doot. That should be fine. You and you and you. Eventually you, I'm not gonna use you. So. There, cause, yeah, I'm just gonna. Fine, we'll do it live. Kind of thing. Alright. Gonna need those. And let's get that in. Alright. So that's where it's made. And yeah. How long do they take? 10 seconds each. Oh. So that's 7 seconds or 6 and 2/3 seconds each with the tier 3 assembler and so a couple minutes.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Darla Rosso. Welcome to the stream. I'm realizing how poorly I planned. Yeah, yeah, a couple things missing from the network. Like, you know, basic sorters.
Those seem very important.
I mean, they are the baseline of, you know, how to move things around. So, yeah. Where are we on power? Oh, like a million. There you go. You're welcome. That'll get you all started. Because, so electrical power networks are completely overloaded at 10% demand. And that means, or sorry, not 10% demand. When they demand 10 times more than is provided. Makes sense, you know? So if you can get this right here, satisfaction, to 10% or higher, everything will run, but at, you know, whatever percent speed, it's, you know, it is.
Makes sense. Yep. Sorry, you kind of have to crack and fix the.
Okay, your microphone is, or you're just really quiet, I think, at the moment. Any chance you could up that a bit?
How's that?
Not really noticeable.
Give me a second.
Alright, so what am I doing? My life. So, firstly, let's find that spiniform we came for. We are looking for 13? There's only 13. I am not amused, and it's right there. This was too much to do for 13 friggin'. I'm not happy. Okay, so I'm gonna be coming back here and mining the shit out of this just to make this all worthwhile. But for now, I think my mistake was um, yeah, my mistake was in trying to find a place that had both things that I needed in the same location. And yeah, no. So let's just look for. Yeah, go back to the Excel. Clear that filter. Sort by. How many are there? 170. That's a good place. That's a nice water world right there. And look, there's even one rather close to our home planet. Um, where is that? Mubsathat? Mobsathat. Mabsathat. I don't know, man. Yeah, I might have gone a little bit overboard with that, because that's actually not bad right there. Yeah, supply. Oops. I misread my spreadsheet. I'm gonna have to have a nice stern talk to it. But yeah, I actually need. Oh, that's what I was doing. Wow. Yeah, supply, 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 supply. Alright.
Any change so far, or does I sound quiet still?
You're still pretty quiet. Oh wow, and I have you in here is up to 200% volume. Yeesh. I don't know what's going on.
Not sure. I'm gonna fiddle with it for a bit.
No, don't go. Kidding. Do what you need.
I need this to act right, and it refuses, so I'm gonna get in the fisticuffs with the computer.
Ooh. Sexy.
I didn't say it was gonna be Nate, but
I'm sure you would be very all sweet and niceties.
I see my careful ruse is working. I'll be right back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And you are just that. On the plus side, this means we can preserve some more of the local biome. Not that is actually a thing that is kept track of. But that would be interesting. Come on. There we go. There we go. Ah, yes, and achievement farming. So this one is this. Here, magpie. Discover 7 kinds of rare veins and collect at least 10 by hand. There's 10. Toss it in the pile. because why not? So, Mabsa something. Mabsa hat. Masup hat. There we go. Yes, Planet Waterworld. Come to me. Yeah, but sorry, you're just not worth the fusion plants anymore. Oh no.
How do I sound now?
Better! Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, just took a minute.
Hmm.
Or two. Yeah, so what are your goals for the game? Right.
Tonight will be one of the intermediate components called particle broadband. Now, I have been leaving it to. I have English loading language libraries. I
Do I need to turn you off then turn you on again?
no, just unplug it, blow it a bit, and plug it back in.
I'm
That's how.
gonna leave that alone.
And I'm gonna refill my cup. So, particle broadbands, which I have pulled up here in the tooltip, is one of the intermediates that is a bit of a pain, more or less because um, it's in the oil supply chain due to the plastic there, which it's the only thing in the science supply chain that requires oil. So because of this one little component, you got to deal with the bullshit of oil in the end game, you know. So like once you have all the other things built, whatever. Um, but yeah, so particle broadbands need that first one on the left, carbon nanotubes. Wonderful little things. Carbon nanotubes can be made either by combining titanium and graphene. I guess titanium to, be the electrodes to roll up the graphene into the tubes. I don't know. Whatever. Or directly on a one-for-one basis with this rare resource called spiniform stalagmite crystal. So, I was looking for spiniform, which is on this planet, and I thought it was on a little more abundant on this planet, but it's apparently not. Um, for I don't have that.
Definitely doesn't look like abundant is a good description for the
No,
amount.
no. So
It exists.
I thought there was 130 veins of it on this planet. No. There's 13. Little order of magnitude difference.
You know, just a little numerical difference. That's
Yeah.
all. No big deal.
Yeah, who needs that zero in the right place?
Exactly. It's such
Ah,
an unnecessary number.
seriously. inventory BS. There, let's drop that for now. Haha. Alright. I think I'm pretty good on the fuel for now.
That is good. That is a step in the right direction.
Reverse, reverse. Okay.
I'm curious, have you gotten into plum wine?
Oh, bit. Yeah. That. What do you think's in the goblet here?
Look, you could have other access to booze.
Oh, I have plenty of other booze. Yeah, but no, this is my lovely Cthulhu goblet. I love it.
It's a nice goblet.
Thank you.
But
Okay. Now we're good.
you know, we'll see what I get into by the end of the night.
Oh my. All right.
That is not allowed on Twitch, but
Oh my.
alcohol-wise, it'll be fine.
Yeah, just a shame you're quarantined.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
This is a long weekend for me too.
I'm sure. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. There we
Like I
go.
got Monday off.
Very nice.
Yeah, it would be if I had something to do.
I mean, I got nothing to. I got nothing for that. Sorry.
I know. I am too good of a human.
If you say so.
I'm trying to get better at keeping my word. Mother thinks,
There we
it's,
go.
it's not, so trying to get that halo glowing.
Oh, we both know that halo is held up by horns and duct tape.
I do not use duct tape. I use the finest staples this side of the East Coast.
Uh-huh. Oh, man. Alright. So this is what's called a water world. Guess why it's called that? Kevin Costner will show up. No, that's not why.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay. Now, I really don't want to cover up that oil. So let's see. Here.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Hellfire, to the stream.
Thank you.
Have a look around. No. um. Yeah.
Sadly, I
Oh.
cannot stay long. My dungeon run is getting ready to start.
Oh, good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Which brand of electronic crack is that in?
World of Warcraft.
Ah, World of Warcraft. Yes. Sorry, I've known too many people who passed up sex for a dungeon raid to get into it.
Wait, did you say who passed up sex for a dungeon raid?
Yes.
It doesn't shock me, depending on the raid.
I mean,
That's how it should be. If you're determined enough, you can make anything happen.
I don't think that it would be really easy to pull off doing a dungeon raid while having sex.
I don't know. I kept having a guy threaten to take and try that while I played, and I'm like, no, I'm kind of a no. I don't think I can split my attention like that.
Uh-huh. It would certainly be fun to try, though, right?
I mean, anything's fun to try one.
Okay, so that one is just... Oh,
You
Lord.
never know what's possible until you give it a good, honest effort.
The good old college try.
No, that's actually off.
Wait, what?
How would the logistics work?
I know.
Oh, okay. I thought you were blaming Paisley.
I didn't say Paisley. What are you talking about?
You said puppy.
The logistics
I
of
assumed you meant the actual puppy.
No.
Yeah.
Ah,
It depends on the type of sex and how you're
Uh-huh.
defining it too.
yep. I mean, there's a whole subreddit that'll give you ideas.
This doesn't shock me.
There's a subreddit for any... The good thing is, there's a subreddit for anything. The
I
bad
mean,
news...
everything exists online, right?
Yeah. The bad news? There's a subreddit for everything.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
You're welcome.
I'm still mentally scarred by the time I found a drawing of the kink was Supergirl who was pregnant with Crypto's puppies.
What?
That's just wrong.
That would be sanity inducing, or sanity damage inducing, yes.
I knew my life would never be the same.
And that's what made you the woman you are now, right?
God, I hope not.
Alright, you two have fun. I gotta go join my dungeon.
Have fun storming
Yeah.
the dungeon.
Have
Thank
fun
you.
storming the castle.
I will. If y'all are still around later, I'll jump back on.
Okay. Think she's, think they're gonna make it? Gonna be a miracle. Right? Right.
That's something I haven't watched in a really long time.
I was about to say, if you were about to say that it's something you haven't watched, we were gonna fix that. I would stop Dyson Sphere and stream that through the Discord channel, risking whatever kind of copyright, whatever. I don't know, man.
I have seen it. I think I actually have the DVD somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, but no,
But
the in-laws absolutely love that movie, and so because of them, I've seen it multiple times. Again.
it's a pretty rewatchable movie.
It is, especially when you have the whole crowd shouting the memes.
Yeah. It's yeah, I think it's been a few years since I've sat down and actually watched the whole thing. But there was a period where I watched it a lot.
Think that should be the next movie night we do?
It can be.
There you go.
I'd be down for it.
We'll see. We'll see who else is involved.
Yeah. I'm pretty easy.
I've noticed.
No. God. God.
Okay, you walked right into that one.
This is true. This is true. Like, I jumped in front of that target. Not only jumped, lifted my shirt.
Ooh. There you go. Yeah. Quite the sight. But yeah, the I mean, it's almost as good as the Rocky Horror watch-alongs. Have you been to one of those where they give out the things to like throw at the screen?
I've been at two. One was like done by my undergrad, and you know what? I had fun, but I'm
Uh huh.
just not a huge Rocky Horror person.
Hmm.
It's more like I'm enjoying the fun other people are having,
Uh huh.
you know. And also occasionally getting to see like dick outlines when people are in costume, but that's because I'm a pervert.
You are a pervert.
Yeah. The heavens blessed me with two things: perversion and a deep love of cheese.
What about being perverted with cheese?
See, I I'm weird about sexy things in food.
Okay.
Feed me cheese and then stuff me.
Oh.
I have not had wine
You need to catch up.
yet.
Go get your wine, woman.
Oh, okay. Should I do a cocktail or wine?
Uh, which one's got more alcohol? You need to catch up.
The cocktail would.
There you go.
Okay. Tequila or vodka?
Oh, tequila.
Okay.
Obviously, that's what always leads to the best decisions.
Yeah, everybody loves winding up in Tijuana.
Do you like pina? Wait a minute. Instead of
Tina,
pina coladas, we got to change that to Tijuana somehow. Do you
my
like
first
waking up in? No, too many syllables.
yeah. I mean, the thing that comes to mind for me is, have you ever heard Mexican Radio by Wall of Voodoo?
No.
It's good. It's weird, but it's good. All their stuff is weird but good. Now that I think
Okay.
about it, like, but I'm gonna booze up. Be right back.
Where? Okay. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Bottleneck fix. Drink. All right. That started, which means that these are now running, which means that warpers are going to be filled through the to the rest. And that gets started. Okay, so that is now getting started. Wunderbar.
I returned and I added too much tequila.
No such thing. Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all.
I'm not sure I told you that I got my mom some new glasses for the house, cups, and I
Okay.
forgot how big they were. So I wound up drinking the equivalent of 12 beers the other day.
Oh, Lord.
Cause I was like, I'll put half a glass of vodka in this. This seems fine.
Ooh. Actually, let's give the concrete planet.
Yeah, about when I started feeling dancy, I was like, I feel like dancing. That usually happens about like 7 drinks in. Something's wrong.
I'll drink to that. Okay, so the unfortunately, the one blueprint I was really, really hoping would work is not working. I don't know if it's because that I don't have enough foundations or whatever, but I know I have enough soil.
Is there a backup
Wait.
plan?
Yeah, manually, like this. What I'm doing right now is how you normally put foundation down.
Ah, gotcha. The paintbrush method.
Yeah, yeah, it's just slow.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make for the best stream, but tonight's not really about like expert moves in Dyson Sphere.
Look, any move's an expert move so long as you put letters at the end of your name.
Hey, I happen to have a degree, thank you very much, from the Dunning-Kruger University. They have fully certified me for everything I would like to do. So step aside, madam, and watch the benefits of your tax dollars at work.
And somehow someone loses an arm at the end of it.
Only if I try hard enough. But it's okay. He'll be alright. If it's the left hand.
Ah, I'm already feeling the tequila enter my veins.
Excellent.
It's happening.
Oh, Lord. So speaking of not realizing the cup is so big or whatever. Apparently, a friend of mine, um, you know, made himself some drinks, and I didn't realize that he made it entirely out of hard liquor, but he filled the cup.
Oh no.
The like 16-ounce cups
Oh no.
full of like liquor that you should be taking as shots.
Yeah. Bad plan.
Bad plan. Um, and he had 4 of them.
Ooh. Yeah,
I
no.
literally had to pour him into the couch and put a trash can next to him.
Ugh. Bless.
I don't know. He's been doing kind of douchey stuff lately.
Yeah.
The one I told you about.
I know. Yeah, I figured. Was that when I first met them?
No.
Okay. Oh goodness. Knowing limits is very important.
Indeed. I don't think they've ever had to like know their own limits in any kind of way. Unfortunately, which led to the issue I told you about,
Yeah.
and that's just made me think, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's ways. If you haven't learned limits, particularly with like substances, particularly
Mm-hmm.
alcohol, it just
Uh-huh.
I always come back to like you end up having to make other people baby you a lot. It's one thing if it's like okay, like somebody misplanned, right?
Uh-huh.
Like I had a friend in college, didn't know how to make cocktails, so we just end up with these giant cups of like, oh dear God.
Uh-huh.
That's one thing. It's another
Mm-hmm.
thing to sort of go, I don't need limits. This is fine. And then wind up having everybody else having to play parent.
Right. Ruining other people's good time. Um,
Yeah.
assuming that you're
Honestly,
having that.
it's
But
why I don't really drink with everyone.
yeah,
Like,
just people you trust.
yeah. I
Well,
mean,
yeah.
I think I told you I was straight edge for a while.
I knew you were lying. No offense, but yeah,
About being straight edge?
correct. Either word in there.
I was straight edge. Like, I
When in
in my
kindergarten?
early Look, I don't know. I hit the apple juice pretty hard in kindergarten. But like my early 20s, I was very much like it's partially because I didn't want to baby people and also I have a fear of vomit.
Uh huh.
Like I will leave buildings
Ah.
or lock myself in my room.
Okay.
Like my brother, my older brother had severe migraines. When he would get sick and he would stay in the living room,
Uh huh.
couldn't be in there, could not be in there. Or would be afraid to leave. It's like a weird brain thing. But like
Mm. Either way, you're
it was
processing where you are, and that's not okay.
Eh, it's like not don't wanna I'll just barricade myself away from the contamination.
Uh huh.
But because of that and because there were so many people who I knew couldn't handle their booze,
Mhm.
and it just made me not want to drink. It wasn't until I was like,
There we go. Yay.
woo,
Achievement. Drink.
that I can do. It wasn't until like I was 22 that I really drank.
Uh huh.
And even then it was like Bloody Marys,
Mhm. Oh
which I
yeah.
haven't had.
Order 3 of them at the bar with the giant mirror behind the bar.
Uh, I miss bars. I
I
miss
don't.
people.
I do not miss bars. I much more prefer to drink at home, where it's cheaper. I don't have to drive there. It's, you know, and the only people there are the ones I invite.
This is true. There's definitely a benefit to drinking at home. I don't know. Sometimes I like.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to deal with drunken assholes who you have no idea who they are. They're still definitely
Yeah.
drunken assholes. But anyway, you never get caught up in a police raid of the prostitution happening a floor up.
Oh God. That also depends on the bars you go to.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm very oh, I'm very particular and have been since. I'll tell you that story another time.
Ooh. After another
Uh,
tequila.
uh, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, I like I like some bars, like a chill bar.
Uh huh.
or a bar where it's like, okay, I can go out on this rooftop deck and not be around super tons of people,
Uh huh.
but still be around people.
Uh huh.
But I think that's the other reason why I didn't go to bars that much in college. It's like why it was collegey area plus bars is not fun.
Uh huh.
I did get to see a guy Hulk out of a shirt once.
Nice.
Oh, it was kind of it was kind of scary.
Okay.
Like my friends and I were just walking like up the road. It's a Saturday night. We're just missing the super crowds,
Uh huh.
and we see this like kind of buff, like white dude our age walking towards us, like crossing the street, and he's like being tailed by these friends are like, hey dude, come back, we were just kidding. And he was like beat red,
Uh huh.
like throbbing cock red. And like he just all of a sudden, like a foot away from us as he's approaching us, just like rips out of his shirt to the collar. And like we could hear his friends kind of laugh, but it's that nervous laugh of that's
Oh, we're gonna
funny, but
die. Oh no, we're gonna die.
and they might have. That dude did not look back over his shoulder. He was mad. Whatever they did,
Uh huh.
they fucked his shit up.
Damn.
Like, and he did not like react to ripping his shirt. It was just like that look of like, I need to destroy something.
Okay, that's not terrifying at all.
It's like, oh no. Like my group of friends didn't all gasp and like pause.
Okay. So yeah, real quick in the game, I just realized I might be running out of soil here. Um, I do have a mod that converts foundation to soil at a very shitty ratio, so I don't want that, but it's an option. Um, but yeah, no, I do. The only time I miss going to bars is when it's a large group of like-minded people, and I mean a large group, where it's not just like 5 or 6 or whatever circle of friends it is, and so the kind where you can escape out of a conversation and go just stay in a different room for a little bit if you need. Um, but everyone there is of like mind.
Yeah, I get
I
what you
miss
mean.
I miss munches like that.
Yeah. It's like it's just like the opportunity to be social on some level in a different environment with a nice conglomeration, confederation, confection of
Right.
people.
Oh, look, we're hitting the bottoming out on soil. All right. But yeah, kind of people where you don't have to worry about HR getting involved if things get questionable.
If things get a little
A little spicy.
NC-17,
A little spicy.
you know, you know.
Perverted things with perverted people. I miss
Yeah.
that.
Uh, honestly, the biggest takeaway from this whole Pandorama has been that getting out in those sort of environments is important to me.
Yeah. Um,
I mean, for a variety of reasons,
right.
you know. Also, not having to explain the. This is my partner, and my partner, and my partner's partner. It turns into a bit of who's on first or doctor, doctor, doctor.
Right. So what am I doing on this planet? Ever. Alright. Now... Yeah, I was actually... We were supposed to have a Christmas party for, for work, and they asked me how many people I was bringing, and I said two. Oh, your wife and your girlfriend. I'm like, yeah. I mean, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Not lack of a better word, but I just didn't want to be standing there explaining things for 10 minutes when when I
Yeah.
knew I'd have to do it again at the party. Turned out to be canceled anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just the hassle of having those explanations.
Uh huh.
Like it. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like I don't mind educating,
Right.
and at the same time, sometimes you just don't want to fucking have those talks,
Right.
regardless of the subject.
Yeah, normally I'm okay with teaching. I just don't have the mental space for that tonight. Can we just not?
Yeah.
And then it turns into a thing. I have been
Yeah.
excused from a job before because at a at an event at a like gathering or whatnot, I brought the extra partner.
Uh,
And it's sad. It was sad.
it's always so shitty.
It is.
Like, I'm thinking. Well, I think I mentioned like I am looking at this new job, and part of why I've been partial to this place is like they are kink positive, and like someone I know there, they know she has multiple partners and is a dominatrix.
Oh, okay.
And it's like okay, that's perfect. Like I don't want to have to deal with like people people getting all up in their own asshole, you know?
Right.
That saying makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
People, such buttholes.
What bastards? Yes.
Completely. I don't know. At some point, I don't know. I guess the way I see it is like I want to get to a point of being at least self-employed enough where I don't have to be as worried about that.
Yeah, that is the dream.
Which I think it's more possible than it used to be.
True.
But
I mean, I don't know what you do, like, that would be self-employed, employable.
technically
Except for-
therapist.
Yeah, I mean, except for, like, OnlyFans.
I mean, listen. You don't know how often I've thought about that.
I mean,
But
you could combine your specialties.
I've thought about that too. It's just if it feels like if you don't fit a particular mold,
Uh huh.
like yeah, the 6'2" black Amazon, like that's
They
some people's thing.
okay. You could no. I'm saying combine that with being a therapist, because there is
Yeah,
definitely a niche of people who would one go for that in a sexy way, and another group who would actually respond well to the physically intimidating therapist woman telling them what to do.
I just
Call
wear like
call it
X.
call it therapy by snoo snoo. And this is why you keep me around.
It is. It is. I'll put a fucking bone in my hair. Like, do you like the sexy librarian buns with my braids? All the bones.
Oh Lord.
Uh,
All right, and we have Spittiform. Yes. Drink. I'm out of drink.
or drink?
More drink. Tonight's
Oh
stream.
yeah.
Tonight's stream brought to you by Plum Wine.
Mm. I had the thought that we need to keep track of plum wines.
Oh, like compare notes.
Yes.
Do a um, be Plum Wine sommeliers.
Yes. Why not?
Okay, quick question. Are you? I mean, okay. Sorry, never mind. That was going to be a very stupid question.
What was the question?
The question was, are you familiar with World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade? So, in Vampire the Masquerade, I've decided what my next character would be, just because it would be absolutely hilarious, and that is a sommelier of blood.
I love it. I love everything you just said.
And the whole thing is that, like that, but that right there, just perfectly perfectly describes his character, start to finish. It gives him, it gives the character a long-term goal that would be on, what an immortal creature would do, and it's a way for him to perfect his craft, the art, over the centuries, by guiding bloodlines to be like the tastiest blood.
I like that concept. That's really cool.
Farming, husbandry, human husbandry. Yeah. The horror aspect of that is right there on the tin. He would be a incredible, incredible racist or slash eugenicist.
I mean,
But the disconcerting thing, and that makes it perfect for like cosmic horror, for gothic horror, for the Vampire the Masquerade type horror, is that he's kind of right. He's by the measure he's doing, which is the taste of your blood.
I mean, it's a great concept. I mean,
I know. I just don't know whether it would be Ventru or Toreador.
I feel like it depends on how you'd want to play him.
Right. Um, I mean, the racist Ventru is such an overdone thing, a little bit. I mean, I think it is a straight up Toreador. You know.
Yeah. I mean, and depending how you want to play, like the sommelier racist aspect of it. I mean, he could also be super into finding new fancy wine. It's like every blue moon. It's what was I watching? It was something, but somebody was talking about booze, and they were saying, every blue moon you stumble upon something wonderfully delicious in the most shady of places.
That sounds
Basically,
like Anthony Bourdain.
It might have been because I watch a lot of food shows,
Not
and
surprised.
is it really not that surprising?
No, you describe things in incredibly from a sensualist perspective.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Um, I mean, if you've read any of my fiction writing, you know that I definitely go for the lurid descriptions.
Not surprised.
Actually, I don't know if lurid works or it's actually, I don't know if the person who described it as lurid, I don't really know if they meant it as a compliment.
I say take it as a compliment.
Oh, I'm taking it as a compliment because the way I write is give all the sensory information so that the person can imagine themselves there. Um,
Hmm.
like instead of saying it was a dingy apartment, instead talk about the broken down appliances, the smell of mold and rat feces, the sound of the cars outside hurriedly moving their passengers anywhere not within the neighbor, as quickly out of the
Hmm.
neighborhood as possible, that sort of thing.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I don't see that as a problem.
I don't think so. I
I think
think
that's helpful.
it can be. It gives a certain quality to writing
Right.
and turns a place sometimes into a character itself.
Right. Oh yeah, send me your email and I'll include you in the list of people to send uh my fiction writing to for review.
Okay.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah.
Uh, hmm
Yeah. Because I love reading people's fiction. I, I need to actually contact my previous writing group now that I think about it.
How long
See.
have they been thinking you're still you're working on that book? I don't know.
Which book?
I don't know. I don't know. What?
No, literally. Okay, so I originally joined the group in 2016. They have seen at least 10 different books from me, none of which I've finished because I psych myself out and get
Uh
so
huh.
worried about fucking up, I just don't finish, some of which they're still mad about.
They really want to see it finished.
Yeah. Every
Well,
once in a while, I get a text or an email that's like, hey, what happened to that story?
you should take that for what it is, and as enormous encouragement to keep going. That is, listen. If I could get that kind of feedback, I would be writing nonstop instead of streaming.
You're right.
It all okay. The most descriptive feedback I've gotten so far is, "Hey, that was a nice short fic."
Mm,
Okay, what about it? What'd you like? What was missing?
the super helpful feedback. I love it.
Yeah, yeah, but if I actually say that to them, they won't do anything.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Like, so the thing I really want to return to is the Southern Gothic story I started.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, there's a few because I did get like a little grant thing when I was in undergrad to work on a short story collection,
Oh
and
wow,
I got a few stories in, and I kind of stepped back from it.
you
Um,
flipped.
I flaked, but also some of it I think I just kind of got burnt out. But then I started writing a Southern Gothic novel,
Okay.
and I want to get back to it. I think in a way it's kind of good I stopped because looking back, I'm not sure how horrible I want it to be.
Oh, the only answer is okay. There are two types of horrible. All right, all right. You with me so
Mm,
far? Two
yeah.
types: insufficient or total.
Mm,
Yeah. Like okay, in the thing I was just writing earlier that I just most recently sent off. I actually thought to myself, how can I show that this person like just threw up their hands and gave up on everything? Oh, okay, I got it. Let's kill his dog.
oh, Jesus. Beautiful suffering.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
killed the
love
dog.
it.
What of it? Don't at me.
Oh, I'll at you, bro. I'll whole ass at you.
No, you won't. You're still quarantined for another week.
Uh,
What?
I don't
Do
want.
not even. This was self-imposed.
Uh,
Uh huh. Uh huh. If you were quarantined for like, because you got like someone near you got a positive, I would not. I wouldn't be giving you shit. But.
I know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm real tempted.
Uh huh.
I'm real tempted to bounce out. Uh,
All
it's
I will say is the
mhm.
moment is before you. Will you seize it?
Only the moment is before me.
No, I will. I will only say the moment is before you, is in front of you, is presented to you. What do you do? Because
Oh, I'm gonna.
that's how I run games. I say, okay, here's what happens. What do you do? Okay, here's what you see. Here's what here's what the dude says. Here's what blah blah blah. What do you do?
Snap off my bra and let the titties just drop like blow.
Hey, not when I'm not there.
The tequila's kicking in.
Ooh. Okay, you need to bring tequila next time, not plum wine.
I get it. I don't know. I'm really mellow, but I'm also like I got that small percentage of country in me that can get a little ratchet
You say
and
that like it's a bad
handsy.
thing.
I come from moonshiners, the deep country folk.
Somehow I doubt that.
Um, nah, where I grew up, my relatives used to tell my parents, um, well, y'all's kids gonna lose them city accents. No, we didn't. I sound more country apparently when I get angry, but
Yeah, it's weird. I sound Irish when I'm angry. I don't know where that's from.
is there Irish in your ancestry?
I mean, yes. I mean, I'm a big old mutt. Draw a line from Russia to Ireland, and it's yes.
Oh,
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, just some
Hilar-
things
yeah,
just come through.
I don't know. Hilariously enough, my grandmother used to tell people she was English, but when she started to go mentally, she started speaking German.
Interesting.
And I mean, she apparently came over from the continent to America, like, you know, late 30s, early 40s. So you can kind of draw your own conclusions.
Huh. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Family history always fascinates me.
I mean,
Like,
it definitely helps paint the nature and the side of the nature versus nurture.
for sure, you know. But it's sometimes interesting to see, I don't know, similarities or themes. And sometimes see if there's, well, how far back different resemblances go. Like, like I remember at my grandmother's funeral, like my family, we do like the little collages and the little things that people
no,
give a
no
gift.
idea what you're talking about.
You know when like the little oh my god, what is the word? Like when you go to a funeral and they give you like the rundown of events and like who the family is, those things.
I guess. I I'll be honest, I haven't gone to many funerals, especially lately.
Yeah, well, we do those and like usually they have like the hymns that people like and blah blah blah, who's doing what part of the service. But for my grandmother's, they include like a collage. So it was of the family and her favorite pictures of us, favorite pictures of herself. And it was interesting because like there were pictures of my great great grandfather and those relatives in there.
Mm.
Nobody could tell who the fuck was who. There was a picture of me and like in my parents' house when I was like 2 or 3 and doing ballet. They did not know it was me. They thought it was my sister. Picture of the great great grandfather. Like my mom leans over to my dad and is like, "When did we send our son out to the middle of the woods? When was he in front of a cabin? Was that a Boy Scout thing?"
Wow.
Oh, family lineage, man. It's fascinating what we pick up.
Mm-hmm.
At least before we eventually transcend to the energy and data cloud.
I mean, but then once you do that, then your children could actually just be splinter deployments. Is
Mm,
that the right term? And you're the trunk deployment or something. I don't know. I'm not techie.
I get what you mean, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wouldn't be the same.
No.
I think in some ways it might be similar. Um, but I don't know. That's an interesting line of
Mm.
thought.
Okay, so that right there. So
Hmm.
back to Dyson Sphere real quick. Spiniform stalagmite crystal right here. What I already have deployed
Hmm.
theoretically could be over 12 belts of the nanotubes, and I think that is way more than I need, especially since I'm doing it here, which since I'm doing it on site, that will not that will assist in not having the logistics be a bottleneck.
Makes makes sense.
So let me get. No. Oh no. That's all right. There. Eeny, meeny, miny, you. There. Ah, yes. Eeny, meeny, miny, you. Alright, so let's take a look at this. Where is that? Okay, lower one. Right. So, designing for spiniform. Right here. That's 2 to 2 every 4. So that means that it's 1 belt in, 1 belt out, and that's on average, 1 item every 2 seconds, so that means 60 chemical facilities. Because we're aiming for 30 output.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I like to announce the,
It helps with understanding. You're very good at
yeah.
describing and instructing.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I actually, hilariously enough, I almost was a teacher at CCBC.
Oh,
Yeah,
that-
when I was, um, the latest round of job hunting. Oh, one last thing. Because it's only 1 belt in, 1 belt out, we can do 6 in a row, 6 side by side, because we have 12 belt slots per logistics station. So that's just that. So the latest round of job hunting, it finally came down to 3 options. Those being, and I fucked up in the placement. Hooray! Those being a contract temporary job, which already that right there is, way in the back. Of telling people, how they're, being an embedded engineer. Which, could have been interesting, but just no. The job I eventually took, and being a teacher at CCBC, for the CAD CAM department, the teaching people how to build things with CNC machines, which really could have been interesting.
sounds like it could have been.
But they had me do a video conference interview on, give a 15-minute lecture on, choosing speeds and feeds for CNC machines. And I'm like, sure, no problem. And I give it, and just the blank looks on all of their faces, just thinking, what the fuck did I just watch? Made me think, oh, this might not be for me.
It's. I don't know. I think teaching's one of those things where it's also. I don't know. I could see you doing it. I had a greater thought there, but it drifted away like the mist.
How dare.
It was the tequila's fault, sir.
Lies.
I am but an innocent orphan.
Okay, now you're just insulting my intelligence.
Next time I come over, I'm gonna come over dressed as Oliver Twist.
Sexy. Not little orphan Annie.
Oh, I can't. Well, there's, there's. That's sort of funny you say that.
There's something to be said there. Go ahead.
Well, I had this thought earlier, and I was
Okay, you know that's dangerous right there.
having thoughts.
Maybe.
I had this thought earlier. I was like, you know what? Where can I feel like wearing this particular outfit, and the outfit's like a red dress type thing,
Okay.
and it is a little bit like Orphan Annie.
Okay.
And I was just like, where can I wear it? And I thought of it's like, well, where are the places I've gone recently? And you came to mind.
I feel flattered, maybe?
I'll tell you the rest of the thoughts later. And
Oh
then you
my.
can see.
Oh my.
Uh, that made me laugh. I am oddly enough a huge Annie fan. Always have been.
Well, I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar that the sun will come out tomorrow.
It's true. That I'm not gonna lie. That song makes me like ugly.
Ugly cry?
Yeah, sometimes like they did Annie live like of the NBC made for TV musical performances.
Okay.
So they had the little girl that's playing Annie, and the whole cast. They performed, and that was part of it. And I got like so choked up over Thanksgiving. I was like, I'm gonna go work on a turkey. Dealing with a dead animal carcass will numb my feelings. It only slightly worked.
Oh, is that so?
Hey, some songs just hit you in the feels.
If you say so. I mean,
What, you don't have a song that, like, messes your shit up?
no. No, not a song, not a song. What actually messed my shit up earlier today, in fact, was I found that that post about that describes from a dog's perspective that humans are elves. You know, humans are the immortal guardians or whatever,
Yeah.
and like it, you know, then goes on to describe like, you know, we used to think that they were immortal, but now I see that, you know, that's not true. Like, just as the gray goes to my muzzle, it goes to yeah, and it's like,
Ah,
why?
All the feels.
so many emotions.
I'm trapped in a glass case of emotions.
Who put these damn onions here?
Oh look, it's raining today. But we're indoors. It's raining.
Just once, I want to, like, brood and say that in the rain. Just once. And then have somebody, like, just because of the people I know, somebody just, like, starts playing, like, anime theme music or fucking Linkin Park.
Oh Lord.
It's like, I love me some trolls. Well, some trolls.
Why do you say some trolls? What's wrong with crap? What's his name? Hoggles? Ah, from Labyrinth.
How dare you?
How dare I what?
Do not remember his name.
I have never seen Labyrinth.
Really? You've never seen Labyrinth?
How fucking dare
Not how dare you have a very good, you know,
you?
experience ahead of you.
I mean, I know of it. I just I always just kind of say like I'll watch it eventually.
Okay, that's another thing we should fix.
I mean, I could be down.
There's not much you wouldn't be down for. Is that true?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Like I said, I'm pretty easygoing. I purposely made that a clean sentence.
Uh-huh.
I know your games.
Damn. Alright.
This is not gonna fit.
My games? You mean Dyson Sphere?
Mm-hmm. Sure, that's what I mean. Of course.
That's a mistake. Ah, damn it. Alright. What am I missing? Fuck done. Okay.
The pathing is so interesting to me.
Oh yeah?
Well, just on my, I guess, ignorant observations, you know, it's subtle. It seems like how you establish your routes is also important on multiple levels in general, production, etc.
Mhm.
And also just being able to visually understand what's going where and how. Plus, there is something satisfying about the order of it all.
Yeah, I don't really know if this game is great if you have OCD or horrible. I'm leaning on the side of horrible, but you know.
I feel like you would have to have great time management. Otherwise,
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise you do what I do and end up playing till 4 a.m.
and resource games are built for that. You
Pretty
know,
much.
like
They're even
one
worse.
more turn.
Yeah, yeah, they're even worse than just one more turn. You know, Civ 6 or whatever.
Oh yeah. Well, to a certain extent, you can get more easily divorced from the passage of time. And of course, that can happen with Civ. I mean, I had an experience in which a bunch of my friends in college, I don't even remember if we were playing each other or if we were all in the same room playing different versions of Civ. and we were just in one of the study rooms in the library, and like we lift the blinds, and like the sun's coming up, and we got there at 8 p.m. that night.
Uh-huh.
It's like, ooh, we all have class. It's a Monday.
Listen, I've done it where, you know, you take over a study room at the beginning of spring break, you just camp out there and run a RPG game just non-stop, only breaking for food. I've done that.
That's intense.
It is amazing.
I mean, I could see it being a lot of fun.
There was such great role playing coming out of that. Because not only do I just find it fascinating how much some of the people I used to game with would just sink into their characters.
Yeah.
And I miss that group.
When you have the right, what's the word I'm looking for? The right configuration of people and investment, it really it's a real difference.
It's magical. It really, really is.
Yeah.
That's just the best way of describing it. Alright, so I think we're good on stalagmites from now, on spiniform.
You got a bot in your chat, by the way.
No, I have an asshole in the chat. I know this guy.
Those aren't.
Yeah.
I was about to make a joke about assholes not being allowed on Twitch.
Maybe.
In my head, I went, wouldn't it be interesting to click on a stream and that's the first thing you see? It's just someone's like gaping butthole.
I mean, yes, pieces to pieces. I mean you. By the way, the shirt is real. What's it say? There we go.
It's mine.
Yeah.
You're wearing your wife's shirt.
Weirdo. Pieces to Pieces says, I'll blow up your Dyson sphere.
Okay.
Yeah. Press X for doubt. Yeah. Anyone who doubts that, go ahead and press X in the chat. I'll start. Anyway. Alright, so that's all lovely and good.
Ooh, you be challenged. The tone was correct in that sentence, but not the English of it.
Well, then you should use German.
I can't speak German. I wish I could. I wish I could get yelled at in German.
Du nicht kennst die Deutschen?
With more...
Achtung, der Schlampen! What?
Splish. Splish.
There you go. Yeah. You
You
do.
did it.
Piece to Pieces says he speaks German.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
So what you said.
Huh?
So ask him what you said.
Oh, yeah. So, what I say, Pieces, if you speak German. That's that's amazing. The oil here is just the oil is splooshing more than Dolorosa is.
Damn.
From this planet. Just
I,
holy crap.
I can't compete.
Just all that black liquid gushing out of the ground. What? Yeah.
Nothing. Don't worry about me.
I usually don't.
How fucking rude.
What? I know you can take care of yourself.
Smooth.
Alright, so what the fuck else am I doing here? Broadband. So, we got nanotubes being made. Piece to piece asks, can you pull up your stats? Not until you can translate that German. I gave you a challenge, my friend.
This is a transaction economy
Uh-huh.
now.
Oh yeah. We do live in a capitalist society.
We live in a society.
We do live in a society.
Do we?
Though, what was the German?
I was too
He
busy
was-
creaming my pants to know, so I can't help you there.
Pieces, you fail.
Oh, fuck.
But whatever. Here. What are my stats anyway? Per minute, iron bars? Why do you want to know about iron ingots? You weirdo. 100,000. Production, 97,000 a minute. Consumption, 185,000 a minute. Alright. Vergode Bende. Here we go. Need carbon nanotube. Doubt. Consumers. No. There we go. Hit that filter, and here we are. So, rookies numbers bite me. Just simple enough. Bite me.
Is that a request?
Oh, she beat me to that one.
You might like it too much then.
Yeah, that's true. What was the German though? I missed it. Pieces says. Oh, jeez, what did I say?
Good job, man.
Achtung, wir stechen der Schlampen! Let me look that up to make sure I'm actually saying the right thing.
Good job.
Yeah. Unbridled chaos.
No, the channel's not Unbridled Chaos, it's Random Encounters.
Oh, this is true. This is true. I don't do German. I do Italian. I know just enough to say a fair bit of nonsense.
Okay. There we go.
You got it.
No.
Were you close?
Wir schließen den Mund, Schlampen! There we go. Well, pieces, what of it?
Throwing down the motherfucking gauntlet.
Hell yeah. I have a thing for this.
Italian is nowhere near as fun. Well, it can be.
Ooh.
Well, there's one phrase I like to yell at people. Mangiero uno stronzo e comperto con Dio. Which means I'll eat an asshole and fight God.
Manja what? Say that again?
Mangiero uno stronzo e combattero con Dio.
Mangiano una stronza e combattere el Dio. That wasn't it.
Mangiero uno stronzo e combattero
Wait a
con
minute, wait a minute.
Dio.
Okay, okay. First one first. Mangiano uno stronzo.
That's I'll eat an asshole.
But I don't want to eat an asshole.
Okay.
That'll just get you to a shitty end.
And the next part,
That's doing it ass backwards.
the next part's the most important part. Combattero con Dio.
E combattere con Dio. Kinda, sorta.
You got it.
Oh, okay, great. Fantastic. The things that happen in stream. You still haven't translated pieces. You're failing on the job here. Indeed.
You know, the best part of Mangiero uno stronzo is people don't always know which way you mean. And friendly reminder, you told me to tequila myself.
Uh-huh. Well, this is a drunken Dyson night, so...
You take responsibility for this. Look what you've done to me!
I just realized how wrong I was with the Foundation's idea. Oh well.
I just got a message from my friend who's getting married tomorrow. And his
My
important
condolences.
wedding. Well, his important job in their finishing details for the wedding was holding back the Shiba they have so he wouldn't eat anything.
I mean, that is important.
And can be a very tough job.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Like the tough job would be holding back a tequila'd up you.
Are you calling me heavy?
No, determined.
I'm not that determined.
Okay. As you say.
I mean, considering one of my... Oh god, I shouldn't finish that thought. Never mind.
Oh my. Now you've got me curious.
I was gonna say, considering my favorite positions on my back, you wouldn't really have to.
Gotcha.
You know, because I'm a dirty motherfucker.
You would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Uh huh.
It's a gift and a curse. I am Spider-Man.
Just your friendly neighborhood tequila up fire Spider-Man. Now, what would your costumed hero name be?
Ooh, good question.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've kind of I have a lot of characters in my head. Um, would I have a particular power set?
No, because that sets it. You know, that determines it too much. So, what will the name be? Will the power set be? Both before tequila and after tequila.
Oh God.
Uh huh.
Okay, so there's two options. Um, I like things that are kind of punchy and sweet. Like if I had, say, like Catwoman,
Uh huh.
like Batman Returns Catwoman. Oh, fucking Michelle Pfeiffer. Um,
Agreed. Go ahead. Go on.
yeah. Something simple like the Prowler. While drunk, I know me, and I would just feel like you can just call me the Fluffy Kitty. And like 9 out of 10, I would just be rolling around a jewelry store, like maybe not even stealing anything, just wearing things.
Uh huh.
Like,
Just breaking and entering.
oh, just breaking and entering, putting on mink furs, drenching myself in jewels, and just like being an asshole.
I don't see how this is so much the hero, but go on.
Oh, if I had the Catwoman powers, I wouldn't. I'd be more gray.
Uh
I
huh.
would defend the environment. I would kill assholes or severely wound them.
Uh huh. Is that what you do to assholes?
I do a lot of things to assholes.
See, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh, priestess of Slanesh.
um, there
You
was
know I'm right.
no comment.
Uh huh.
Um, what am I thinking? I did have like
I don't think anyone knows.
probably not, honestly. I like to keep people guessing.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Go on.
I had like an idea, like if I ever had magical abilities, like sort of Zatanna y, um, or reality warping, a la Scarlet Witch.
Mm-hmm. I
Um,
mean, honestly, everyone would go for reality warping if that was on the table.
yeah, yeah, I think. Well, the trouble with reality warping is
Beyond being
discovering.
massively OP.
Well, beyond being massively OP, there's only so much you can warp. Like the whole House of M thing, where
Uh huh.
um Wanda gives Magneto his dream world. I mean, it falls apart really because she gives him the world he always wants, and
Mm-hmm.
it's still not enough. It still is not going to make him a real father. That's the
Okay.
that's like the sadness of it. But like, if you know how to use it, like old school Scarlet Witch,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yep.
I'd probably call myself something like the assistant. You know,
Oh, like concierge in The Incredibles.
a little bit, like just kind of play around with like, the pretty girl in the shiny outfit is usually like the magician's assistant.
Uh huh.
So, like, kind of a play on that. Ooh,
Yeah.
shiny.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you, but welcome to the stream toss kick. Toskek asked where is Sphere, hence I came over here to show the. I haven't been back here to like finish filling these in yet in a while, even though I've got a hell of a solar sail swarm going to feed it, you know. So yeah. So yeah, that's all that was about. Go on.
I know, I'm gonna kick it back to you. I mean, if you had a superhero moniker
Uh-huh.
or two, like what would you pick?
Oh, I mean, it would okay, so in the latest Mutants and Masterminds game I tried to play in, um, I it was a new system, and what I always do for new systems is I just play myself with powers, if that makes sense. And so that way I don't need to worry about okay, what would the character do versus what would I do for how to handle these powers, how to handle this situation, blah 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 blah. I don't deal with that. I skip that by just basically playing myself in an idealized situation.
Mm-hmm.
And the powers I developed there was that I tried to develop was like Molecule Man, where it's kind of reality warping, except only when it comes to um, only when it comes to like actual mass. Um,
I mean, speaking of massively overpowered.
yeah, I know. That's why it was actually nixed by the person running the game. And oh, what was it? Most of the right, my ability was just in understanding other powers, understanding all that, and I was gonna try to develop that further into the meta power field. So like being able to remove people's powers, enhance people's powers, transfer powers, that sort of thing. Um, and
Interesting.
real quick, so for broadbands, we're talking on a scale of every 8 seconds. We got to move either one or two resources every 8 seconds. So no matter how far away it's going to be, even though sorters can only be maximum 3 units away, a Mark 1 is going to be fast enough to handle that, because from 1 unit away, one grid space away, it moves 1.5. Two away, it moves 0.75, 3/4. Out here, it moves half, 0.5. So it moves whatever, what I just said. The Mark 2s are faster, but again, we don't, as I just said, we don't need that. So, yeah, I mean, the whole intent was really just to help myself explore the system. But yeah, that didn't really go well. I kind of missed how the person running the game had so the original X-Men were the stand-in for the gay community of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this person was writing to be where all the people with powers were neuroatypicals. Yeah. And so my whole talk of curing powers, removing powers, fixing people, that didn't go over so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, to be perfectly honest, that is something I feel like in that if that's the structure you're going for, you need to have kind of extensive conversations.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That was not really discussed, and the way that it was all done, I realized like later on that yeah, the PCs are not the player characters are not the player characters, they're the audience for the person running the game just flaunting NPCs that they've come up with. And
And that's
that's
a problem too.
that's a big problem. Um, because okay, I understand that about it being a living world, quote unquote, but when they're predetermined outcomes and when the person writing it takes it personally when you say, okay, this person is fucking insane, or this person is, you know, absolutely unstable. Why would I ever want to work with them? They take that personally. That's a problem.
That is a problem. Like, I think you can get
Cause
too close to what you're making,
yeah,
right?
cause yeah, yeah, cause they were this person was putting themselves in the game in the you know um and so yeah, saying this NPC is absolutely unstable.
That becomes a problem because it ends up being interpreted as
You're unstable.
right, which
And it turns out,
it can be true,
yeah, and it turns out, guess what?
but
Yeah, but oh, and then yeah, just so many issues.
yeah, that's why I like to say, like I don't know, with the sort of LARPs I'm in, it comes up a lot with bleed, and like how you feel about one character or one character's actions impacting how you feel about the person. It's the same for any sort of role playing, LARP or tabletop or whatever.
Right.
How's it going?
Hello, hello, welcome back.
Thank you. Any more wine drinking?
T- all of it.
Nice.
Yeah, you missed the German.
Oh no.
You missed
So
yeah,
sexy.
you missed the German and my learning how to say I am here to eat ass and fight God, and I've run out of ass.
That's just scary.
Or no, no, no. I am here to eat ass and fight God, and I don't see God here.
Well, then there's only one alternative.
I'm one day gonna write a porno, and that's gonna be how it starts.
Oh my God. Well, hey, how about tying it into what you were talking about earlier and do a Southern Gothic porno? Well, now, Cletus, I'm here to eat some ass and to fight God, and I don't see God here.
I'm gonna sacrifice a tear virgin to the moonshine gods.
I'm so disturbed.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel so special to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Oh
how did
no,
dungeoning go?
Oh no, I started building this. I should have remembered this. This one goes all the way around the planet, except I built it where you can't do it all the way around the planet. Sorry, go ahead.
The Twitch stream still does not want to work for me.
Unfortunate.
That's some bullshit.
That is.
Combo Tarot a la Twitch. Fight Twitch.
Right. Right, you and your Italian.
Yeah, every time I click on your feed, it's like it's frozen.
That's no good, man.
Nope.
Yeah, so let me just move this whole thing wholesale over here. Oh, except I'm way low on. Way low on Wilo.
So weird. Another Twitch person I follow, their feed is running fine. I don't know what's up with yours, man.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not seeing any dropped frames. I mean, 60 FPS being sent. I don't know, man.
It's weird. Oh well.
Yeah.
I'm getting it pretty clear on my laptop, but I just checked my mobile, so it's coming through there.
Yeah, it came through on my mobile, but it won't come through on my laptop for some reason. I don't know what's going on with this.
Weird.
Is this the rise of Skynet?
Maybe.
I think there's that. I think there's one of those butterfly memes in here somewhere.
It would be fitting. But what a mediocre way for Skynet to start. Could you imagine?
Listen. Ultron was on the internet for 5 seconds and decided that humanity needed to be wiped out. That is the most realistic part of the entire MCU, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
I was gonna say, I mean, I feel like that's a fact.
Yeah. I mean,
They didn't make that shit up.
Yeah, there's that, what's that? Yeah, there's that, chatbot that Microsoft tried at one point by feeding it, by just feeding it all the chat that was going through MSN at the time. And it became the most racist, bigoted thing out there. Just learning from humans.
That's because there's a lot of trash people out there.
Yeah, sadly.
This is why we have wine and food.
I'll drink to that. And cheese.
Cheese.
I need to make fondue again soon. I have a fondue pot, but I don't really use it these days.
Oh, bring it over.
That sounds delicious.
It comes out surprisingly tasty. Yeah, I can bring it over one day. It's really just finding the right combination of cheeses or chocolates.
See, chocolate, that would be my thing, I think.
Oh yeah, chocolate, and then you find like the right combination of like dippables. Ah, forget about it.
Chocolate and strawberry sounds like it would be delightful.
Ooh, yes. Now I want strawberries.
Sorry, not sorry.
I accept this torment.
There we go. See, we want 240 assembling machines per line. Because it's one every 8 seconds. And so for 30 items.
So what's the point of this game?
I totally fucked up that math. It's not 240. It's... So the point of the game, like the thing that is, like that lets you get a high score is to process science cubes. And right now I am running low on science cubes, but I've currently done just under 1,000,000. That's a lie. 800, 8.5, 850, 850,000 is not just under 1,000,000. Anyway, the way you do that is by being completely American and massively colonizing an entire star cluster, plundering it of resources, and just going ham on all that. But
That does sound like something we do.
yeah, it really, really is. Especially for oil. You can get oil here. It's a pain in the ass. So, but what I just mentioned, for this product to be made, that's 1 every 8 seconds. Which, if you're aiming for 30 items a second, which is a full belt, that's 240 assemblers. However, these assemblers go at 1.5x speed. Yes, pieces to pieces. Democracy! 1.5x speed. So 240 is instead multiplied by 2/3 to be 160. And I just counted them with that blueprint thing. Got 208, which means I need to delete 48 from each. And
So you're playing a game on Friday night while you're drinking wine that requires you to do math.
I know, what could possibly go wrong, right?
Seriously. I mean, you do you if that's fun for you. But I'm just like, if I was drinking, math would not be the first thing on my mind.
I mean, that's part of the challenge.
Is to do math accurately while drunk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I mean,
at least you got some goals there, right?
right. And, well, I mean, really, it's memory that's an issue for me when I'm drunk, not math. So, like, for example, remembering, hey, I'm actually going at 1.5x speed, not just 1x speed. And also, how many things I've deleted. I have no memory. Okay. One more set of 8.
It's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, especially with the language lessons I'm getting.
Language lessons?
Yeah, Darla Rosa, what's that,
With the
Italian
German.
phrase.
No, with the Italian.
Oh, there's Italian now.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Darla Rosa, what's that phrase you were saying?
Mangerò uno stanzo con combottero. No, combottero con Dio.
What's that mean?
I'll eat assholes and fight God.
So you're definitely on a theme there.
It's a very important phrase to know. Nobody knows what you mean or which way you mean it, so you can start a fight before people realize they're already taking their pants off.
Like a dozen.
Wow. What did I get myself into here today?
All the
I was-
best things.
I was encouraged to drink tequila. I am innocent.
I wasn't told to drink anything at all, but to be fair, I don't know that I have alcohol in the house right now either.
You also didn't ask.
Well, you didn't, you indicated you were drinking,
Uh-huh.
and I thought the point was to come on and be entertained by you drinking and playing a game.
I mean, I am fairly entertaining.
That's true.
Hey. Peanut Gallery.
Got him.
I mean,
It's better than Twilight.
that's what they're there for, right?
I guess.
I'm very easily influenced. Now I want peanuts.
Where'd the peanuts come from?
The peanut gallery.
Oh, wow, okay.
I'm very easygoing, and it only gets worse when alcohol is involved.
Nice.
Is this right? Yes. Is this right? Yup. Yup. And this? Yeah, that's right. That's fine. That's right. Okay. So, that's not a bottleneck. Excellent. That's what I like to see, because 3,600 of that is 3,600 of this. Because that's 1-to-1. That's 2 more belts, but that's only 2 more belts. Ugh. Ah, Pieces to Pieces says, that's one hell of a goblet you have. Yes, indeed. I love it. Just then a whole bunch of, what is that, Japanese? Yeah. Sumimasen, Nihongo hanasemasen.
Japanese is another language that'd be cool to learn.
I have a friend that's actually going to school for that right now.
I don't know. Pieces to Pieces says, don't translate the Japanese. It's not worth it. You know what that means, right?
Means it's definitely worth it.
It's definitely worth it. Which you also know is the reason he said that.
Mm-hmm.
You reverse manipulative bastard.
Is that someone I know?
No.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Oh, let's see where. Damn it!
You can't, like, put a big red button in front of people and expect them not to press it. That's the lesson of Dexter's Laboratory, and that's the lesson about life.
Didi, get out of my laboratory!
Ooh, what does this button do?
I mean, buttons are fun to put.
Word.
I grew up on Dexter's Lab. That explains so much about me, I'm sure.
I actually never watched it.
I mean, as a kid, to think, to see evidence that yes, you can actually build shit that works, or someone who looks like you can actually build shit that works. There's a reason representation is so important.
Representation is important.
Wait,
Ginger
wait,
representation.
hang on, hun. Why are you asking how Dexter looks like me? Redhead, smart.
Not the same red.
No, oh my god,
It's really
not the same red.
not. There are different colors of red. Also, orange is not
It's a cartoon.
I was talking about you. Orange is not red.
Oh, you're saying I'm orange?
You're also not a redhead. You're dirty blonde head.
How
You're very dirty head.
how did I ever marry you?
There are plenty of good reasons.
Yeah, probably. My wife, everyone.
Earlier for one.
She's pretty great.
Thank you, Pieces to Pieces. Yeah. Agreeing that I'm kind of a redhead. Hey, redheads have more fun. What can I say?
You're not a redhead.
I thought they just burned in the sun.
You at least have a red beard.
And you said kind of. It means not really.
Yeah, no, I'm the Daywalker variant.
Oh God, they're making more. That's terrible. This should be exiled. Yeah. I did see this article recently that was talking about how millennial humor was deeply influenced by the sort of surrealist aspects of various cartoons, from like Ren and Stimpy to like Grim Adventures and all of that.
I mean, it's also more so surviving. What was it? How many different, you know, once in a lifetime economic meltdowns and such?
You develop a certain sarcastic or surrealist perspective that is also
Yeah.
perpetuated by the internet.
Yes.
But there's also just stuff like, I'll admit, I find hilarious, but God, if I could tell you why it's funny,
We would have you
it's,
locked up. That sort of thing.
I mean, at best, or condescending, oh, a pat on the head and oh, thank God she's pretty.
I mean, that is something in your favor.
Aw, well, shucks. I know I just rely on my purtiness
Oh,
and my
I just
scathing wit.
I just learned you don't actually need foundation if you're just burying or raising over foundation that's actually already there. Good to know. I'm sorry. I interrupted.
You are fine.
Pieces to Pieces says he has a red beard and it's awesome. He stores paper clips and snacks in it for emergencies. Oh, you don't have a nest of endangered birds in there?
All the eggs you can ever eat.
Oh, exactly.
I really want to go back and watch some old cartoons now. I have a bootleg of Cow and Chicken.
Oh my God, Cow and Chicken. I have not thought about that in forever.
For good reason.
True. It was kind of
Um,
horrible.
I love it.
I
And
don't
that's one of
know,
those.
just
It doesn't make sense,
uh-huh.
but I found it hilarious.
I mean, the whole surrealist type of comedy, type of cartoons, I just don't. I
I
mean,
can understand.
I don't like wackiness for wackiness' sake. But like that there's one episode of Cow and Chicken I remember where it was one of the side ones with Baboon and Weasel.
IR Baboon.
IR Baboon and I am Weasel. Yes, I am Weasel. Um, where like they use this machine to clone themselves a million times over, and like the two had such different societies going or whatnot.
Oh yeah.
And like the baboon society was was killing itself somehow, and the weasels said, we must help them, we must save them, we have the technology for it, because of course that the smart weasel is has like space age technology. And the baboons event go do the what does this button do, take over the spaceships and kill off the weasels. And I'm like, what are they trying to say here? Like, I was enjoying it, but what?
I mean, there's a lot of like dark kind of subtext to that surrealism of the time. I mean, there was like I Am Weasel and IR Baboon are really depressing in a way, because I Am Weasel genuinely wants to help, but jealousy and ignorance.
Right.
Yeah.
Or do you remember the Prometheus and Bob tapes?
Oh, I love Prometheus and Bob. That and Kablam too. Just overall Kablam.
I am not ashamed to say that that Prometheus and Bob are the direct inspiration for two of the characters I wrote in my in the campaign. Two of the pre-gen characters. One's Prometheus, one's Bob.
Nice. I love it. A bunch of those are on YouTube, I think.
They're all on YouTube, except for like one that I think was aired once,
Yeah.
but it like offended the wrong person or something. I
Yeah,
don't remember.
There's a few Nickelodeon stuff that got very it sort of disappeared.
Yeah. No, there's so many movies and shows that have been lost just because they were either intentionally deleted or like a fire broke out and burned the tapes. Like, I mean, Doctor Who, classic Doctor Who, I'm thinking of, is has so many lost episodes because of that.
Well, for sure. Which really sucks. I mean, personally, before the BBC really cracked down, you could find almost all of the surviving first and second Doctor series on YouTube, and I marathon them, and honestly, I think the first Doctor is one of my favorites.
I mean, it is pretty great. That's when they had like the initial burst of inspiration of, all right, let's use, half of these episodes to be historical and half of these episodes to be, social commentary.
And they're fascinating, documents of history, and it's interesting to compare the original conceits of the show with
where they eventually went.
Yeah, like some I will still argue that some of the best lines and moments are from the first and well, the first series, the doctor saying goodbye to his granddaughter. You know, also a lot of sexism, which I just find funny. In a
Yeah,
weird
just
way.
looking back at it. All right, I mean,
And you can kind of contextualize it in a weird way of if you think about it, like that's the doctor in his sort of
in his
20s.
youth.
He, I mean, it's like, oh, he's like he's. You can kind of just keep the or take the perspective that he was an asshole, and he grew up. It's
He grew up into a horn dog.
yeah.
A bit of one. I mean, he got along rather well with Harkness.
Who wouldn't? I mean, I would destroy that. Well, now not as much, but back in the day, I'd sacrifice myself.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. I loved when not most recently, it was a Tenant storyline where it was, Davros who basically called out the Doctor for, like, you really don't realize just how many people around you just die, do you? It does it even register anymore? How many people have sacrificed themselves for you? And you don't even try. It's so insidious you don't even notice it anymore.
Well, the idea of, he turns people into warriors while
Mm-hmm.
masquerading under the name the Doctor. It doesn't matter how many situations, he fixes, people. Oh, what was the fourth Doctor's companion? That they still, because it was so shocking then, he's still referenced. The really smart kid who he doesn't even know if sacrificing himself saved the world when he dies.
Mm.
Like it's a great piece of storytelling, but it's the Doctor leaves a lot of destruction.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a reason. Like, instead of introducing new enemies, they have a lot of material of, yeah, all of his previous enemies band together. Like the whole thing with the Pandoricon, whatever that is.
The Pandorica open.
Thank you. Yeah. Um. Yeah. No. That's the kind of storylines I love, where this is a result of your own BS. This is your own thing. You know, the result of your own folly. What did you expect to happen? So
It's a good, it's good storytelling.
it is.
It's when you break it down, Rose was just a shop girl. Donna, I love Donna, but you
Donna's the
know,
best.
she
You
is.
would think that.
I didn't like her at first, and then it was like she grew on me, and I couldn't help but to love Donna.
She grew on you like a fungus.
She did, and she's fucking wonderful.
She grows like a plant, an ugly plant, into something more. Like the thing I like about her is she is from this era of the Doctor. I would say his truest friend.
Yeah, I agree with
Like, and in a way, her story, it's bittersweet. She survives. But it's like she survives after getting what she really always wanted, which was to be important and to have her own value. And
And she doesn't remember what she did.
no. It's like he ends up with somewhat of a happy ending, has twins, marries a decent lad. But eh, and it's, I don't know. I'm a big fan of there being more platonic friendships between men and women in the media.
No, that's a good thing.
I
I get so sick of the attitude some people have where it's like, oh,
Will they,
you
won't they,
know,
will they, won't they?
God, yeah, and who cares? Bang or don't bang. Them are the options.
To bang or not to bang? Aye, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the blue balls of fate. See, now you got me started.
Blue Balls of Fate will now be in my band. All death metal. But I'll say I've been kind of behind on Doctor Who the last few years.
Yeah, I'm like a season and a half behind on it right now.
Yeah, I haven't seen most of Capaldi, and I haven't seen any of, I don't even know her name.
J- Ooh.
Jodie.
Jodie
Yes.
Foster, yes. Okay.
I was gonna say Jane Foster, and then I just went, that's a character from Thor.
No, her last name's not Foster though. It's I forget her last name, but her first
Whitaker.
name's Jodie.
Jodie Whittaker. Now I remember.
Like, I will say what I've seen of the newer ones with her, it feels more like classic Who in a good way. Of let's take these different people and run around space for a bit, which is kind of really nice. And sometimes, like, as much as I love the big epic Who stories, sometimes you just want a bit of fun.
Well, I mean, they recently kind of rewrote the entire. They kind of retconned the entire backstory, I thought. With, the. Frick, I forget what it is. The Impossible Child?
Um, I would have to look at the wiki for that one. I can't remember what it's about off the top of my head.
Okay.
In a way, that might be why I haven't watched as much Doctor Who now that I think about it. Because some things I just kind of like ignoring. um, in the sense that sometimes there's so much lore revision and all of that. That's like, okay, figure out what you guys are gonna do. I'll be back later. Like, I kind of hated the whole River song stuff.
No,
I love
take it
River.
back.
I love River. I
I
just
love River.
I was about to say, most would find that blasphemy.
I just don't like the plot line. Like, Alex Kingston is one of the best actresses out there. Of the 15 the BBC has.
Yeah. Three of this age group, three of this age group, three of this
I,
age group. That's all you
I
need,
just
right?
I just watched the Midsummer Murders with the actor that played Donna's grandfather, and the actress that played her mom in it. I was like, wait, is
Headcanon
this
confirmed.
intentional?
I don't know. I think that watching River Song's stuff in her episodes like totally made me realize like I just have to admit at this point that I'm bi. I'm definitely bi. Yeah, definitely bi.
There's certain characters you encounter, and you're just like, oh, like there's this comic artist I like, and in this past year he did a comic of his younger self going to see Batman Forever as a kid, and like it's just him watching the movie all excited, and then his face like going kind of neutral, and then him leaving and being like, so I'm not straight. And the caption was just Robin's buns. It's just some characters. They
Oh.
make you realize who you
Oh, Chris
are.
O'Donnell.
They do.
hmm Oh yeah, Chris O'Donnell. Young Chris O'Donnell's Robin buns.
Oh
Mini
yeah,
buns.
definitely hot.
Oh yeah. And his name's Dick. It has to mean something.
That's so terrible. I never understood honestly how you get the nickname Dick from Richard. I don't get it.
I mean, the canon reason for the canon response to how do you get Dick from Richard is you asked nicely.
That's just terrible.
I mean, that's
mean,
that's Nightwing's response to that. Nightwing's? I don't remember.
Nightwing, yeah.
No,
Well,
but that was Tim Drake.
oh, so Red Robin.
Yeah, good
Depends.
burgers. So yeah, I agree about the buns.
Some people just have good butts. Like, sometimes it's not even
No,
a sexual thing. Sometimes you just look at somebody and you're like, damn.
That's true. Hashtag fact.
Red Robin. Anyway.
I'm a big fan of nice butts.
Some things nature makes perfect.
For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Yeah.
First time I went out with my spouse, we met for dinner out at a restaurant, and they were walking in front of me to go to the table, and all I could think is damn, that's a nice butt.
Good signs.
Yeah.
It was a very good sign.
Hence the spouse.
Yes,
Later.
it went very well, I would say.
You talking about me?
No. I mean, yes, in a roundabout way because nice butts.
Ah,
But yeah.
you like my ass.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how you get through this without dying.
I don't know the game you're playing, love.
I know.
Okay.
But I want to be able to do the, speed run, no deaths, but I can't get through this part without dying.
Good luck, hon.
I don't know how to do it.
I believe in you.
Dying.
Alright, back to Dyson Sphere. Maybe kind of, sort of.
There's gaming. You are gaming. You are Dysoning the
Mhm.
sphere. The sphere.
I'll
Mm.
Dyson your sphere.
Promises, promises. Can I watch?
Whose sphere are you Dyson?
Everyone's.
Not mine.
That sounds like you.
This is true.
That sounds like you.
So, that's not a bottleneck. So, particle broadbands, that's 6 belts. That's good, you know, because that's 6 belts of white. But I'm aiming for 10. God damn it.
I did have a realization
Why do I do this to
over the
myself?
years. And part
What
of
was
that
your realization?
part of it was I have a hard time separating like who I do I want to be this person or do I want to be
Under
with
that
this
person.
person? Under, on top of, displayed before, kind of in
Wow,
a sandwich position.
that's a lot to think about.
You know, I was a big Xena fan. Still for years. It's like these feelings. I want to be her. Yeah, is that where it ends? Is that really where it ends? Maybe?
Now, do you want to be her or do you want to be Gabrielle?
What the actual fuck?
Xena.
Oh, okay.
Xena. Like,
That's okay.
Xena is the embodiment of
Xena kissed a drag queen for a trans woman.
like she's
It was a little
Lucy
unclear
Lawless
which,
is human.
which it was. You know.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember the episode you're talking about, love.
It happened. I have a picture.
Okay.
You know.
Apparently, Xena in the episode or
Xena in the episode kissed a trans woman.
apparently
Oh, I remember that.
apparently Xena kisses a trans woman at some point. Hmm.
Or technically the trans woman kisses her. But, you know.
Okay.
Xena got around. She was a thought. How do I love her?
Xena has to be in a beauty pageant.
Yep, that's the one. I remember that one very fondly. That's one of the weird ones. Ugh. Xena got me into college, actually.
Into college. How's that?
I wrote, I had 2 essays. I had a serious essay I sent to, like, fancy schools. Like, I applied to go to Wesleyan, so I sent them that one. The school I ended up going to, I sent them an essay about how Xena influenced me as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And they loved it. I remember when I got in, on one of the days they had new students come before the school actually started.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one of the staff was like, "Oh, you're the girl that wrote about Xena." I loved it. Like, called somebody else, was like, "This is the Xena essay I told you about."
Nice.
That's awesome.
Like, if I ever meet Lucy Lawless, that is going to be what I tell her after I cry. Because I will cry. I will cry or I will freeze.
You will ugly cry?
Not, I hope not. But if I can't, if I can't get words out, I will ugly cry. The like nasty, like I'm so excited.
Hey.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just found it hilarious, like the random interviews with Lucy Lawless and I'm sorry, the actress who played Gabrielle. Them saying like, yeah, and all the reporters would be like, and what's your take on all the subtext that's between the two characters? And and we'd be like, what subtext? What do you mean?
It's text. And wait,
Well,
They-
the relationship that they're hinting at. What relationship? Mm.
way down.
Like fantasy lesbians. That is the theme of the show. Well, fantasy bisexuals, really.
Honestly, yeah.
And except for the time when they come back and reincarnate, but then they switch bodies, and it that's a weird episode.
I mean, some of the best, I some of the storylines I like the most are where you take the same characters, put them in, with different actors or
Body
whatever.
swap.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Favorite.
it's so much fun.
Seeing
Like,
them
'cause
playing each other's established characters.
Right. Oh, like that episode of Farscape. Did y'all watch that?
There's also
I
an
don't-
episode of Buffy.
I don't remember that particular episode off the top of my head.
Yeah, they're like Crichton's bouncing around through wormholes or something, runs into the version of them where like the guy who plays Dargo is playing Rigel. Claudia Black, who plays Erin Sun, is playing Chiana. And I'm sorry, but Claudia Black in the full Nibari makeup and all that. The white the white body paint with the black highlights.
Yeah.
I don't know what aesthetic they called it, but it was great.
Yeah. I do feel bad, like, looking back at a lot of those shows, like, from Voyager to, like, all of that. It's like, ooh, some of those designs had to be so goddamn uncomfortable. I mean, that's why some characters, like Kess, the actress, they changed her hair after a certain point because she was allergic to the ear makeup prosthetics.
Well then.
Yeah. Also part of why she left the show.
Hmm.
Yeah, a paycheck's
I don't
great
know,
until you get hives.
Yeah, even then, it, I don't know. There's a lot people do for paychecks. Just saying.
True. I kind of miss some of those old, like, campy, sci-fi, fantasy, adventure shows.
Some of them were really great.
Oh, yeah. Even the ones that weren't great could be, like, delightfully bad, like Cleopatra 2525. Love that one. I love Gina Torres. I want to be her.
I was just watching something about Firefly.
I miss Fire.
I
It
think
was-
they have a body.
Because they hadn't gotten to the... Okay.
Yeah, they hadn't gotten to it yet. It would have happened.
At some point in, like, season 6.
So here's my theory about Firefly.
Go on.
If it hadn't gotten canceled, I don't think it would be as good as people would hope, because part of it is the unpromised potential. Like with the game Cyberpunk 2077, there was no way it could live up to the hype. What people have created and constructed in their heads, you know. I mean, quite frankly, the show could have gotten real shit. We'd never know. unless we cross over to that parallel reality and we talk with ourselves, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, like the first season's great." Then you stop.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of Star Trek Next Generation. You know, Star Trek, you skip most of the first season
Oh god, yeah.
because they were recycling original series episodes.
And they weren't good.
They weren't the
Like,
good ones. They were the ones that they had in stock because they decided not to use them.
and they use concepts that just
Did not
I would
age well at all.
that that fucking Black Planet episode.
Justice. Yeah, the one I warn people away from.
Actively, like my brother and I say, it's like, okay, as black people, we turn to TV because this is painful. I was talking with one of my clients, and somehow she big trekking,
Mm-hmm.
and somehow like we got on this very subject, and like I said something, like I love Trek, but there is some early Next Generation stuff I can't do, and she's that one episode
Mm-hmm.
with like she's also black, so I was just like, I know exactly which one you're talking about. We do not speak of this one, but it's always the one I catch on TV when it's on.
Why do they keep
That
airing that one?
I don't know. That and the fucking romance novel Scotland in Space.
Oh gosh, where the doctor has sex with the ghost.
Yeah,
Crusher has sex with a ghost. What the shit were you smoking?
Wait a minute. Okay, Hunt, say that again.
That is the worst episode of science fiction.
Wesley?
Did you guys hear my spouse?
No.
Okay.
They're like, that is the worst episode of science fiction in ever of all of history.
they were trying to
Because they were
aim for
trying to
that
not be.
transcendence.
They're trying to not be science fiction. That's the problem.
Well,
But
you
that
know
was pretty
what?
bad.
You know what? I have no problem with the concept of it. It's just the execution's really poor, and Star Trek, like many shows, suffers from the we're writing an episode about the women. So, if it's not an episode of, Troy being mind assaulted,
Or
it's
pregnant.
or pregnant, how
Because
about a romance novel?
yeah, that's what women want to see, right? No.
I
At
mean,
least they did a little bit better with it with Voyager and with what's her face and her little modifications to her romance novel in the holodeck.
7 of 9?
No.
No, the captain,
Janeway.
Janeway.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
I repressed it.
I love Janeway.
Janeway is all.
The yeah, the most real quote that she ever said. Well, okay, the most realistic thing she ever did was put the entire ship into danger by going into completely volatile, uncharted territory for the promise of coffee.
Because coffee is everything.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, I can't blame. Cannot blame. I don't know. Voyager probably is my favorite track.
How
It's
are we, how are we friends?
because I'm cute.
That is true.
I am cute, and I also like Alpha Centauri, so it balances the fuck out, sir.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Is it somebody you have sex with?
Hush you.
Oh God. But Voyager is like
I
it's
feel
not the
attacked.
Because
best-
You poor thing. You.
The violence. The outrage.
But yeah, Voyager just I don't know why they consider like a third of that science. What really just made me want okay, there was a summer where I was renting a room at a place for a summer job and one of the housemates had the entire set, so just every day because I felt like a completionist, I watched 2 episodes a day because that's about all I could stomach. Just to say that I've seen it and therefore I am able to respond to it in these ways. And the episode that made me want to rethink my entire appreciation for the entire Star Trek fandom because of this one Voyager episode was where the um they had the revelation of, oh no, we're being, we're someone's experiment and like they've tagged us in our DNA, to track us, and they show it by zooming in. The doctor says, I found the tag that they're using to track us, and they zoom in and it's a fucking barcode on the stick and ball model of DNA.
Look, Voyager is the closest to old Trek, and you have to approach it as a character story and an adventure.
I have seen original series. Not even they were so whacked out when they were clubbing you over the head with the morality plays.
I mean, I would contest that. I would contest that. I mean, I do think there are some episodes that were very clearly more like the thought experiments, and explorations of concepts. Um, and there is one of the issues with that period of Trek is the weird overlap between Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and the planning of Enterprise, which I would contend is the worst Star Trek series.
It is the most shoddily written. It is more coherent, I think, than Voyager. It's okay. It being badly written is different from what is written is bad. That's my contention between the two.
I, I will agree to disagree, but I see where you're coming from.
Okay.
I would say they're probably the weakest in terms of sci-fi. However, they are. Enterprise had good concepts and poor execution, and a terrible theme song. Oh my god!
I was thinking about the theme song.
That soft rock from the mountains. I hate that bullshit so much. Like, what part of it said Trek? What part of it said sci-fi? I mean, I get it. We're going back to the beginning. Bitches have sticks and shovels. We're talking early engines. Vulcans are weird and foreign.
'Cause I've got faith of the heart. Nothing's ever gonna break me.
This
Don't-
kills the woman. Dead. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes.
Asses to asses? What?
I mean, actually, that would revive the woman.
Oh my.
Wait, did you
Yeah.
say asses to asses?
Yes, and that is what would revive the woman. Is what she said.
Okay.
That's what she said.
I like how you said that as if like that wasn't me. That was her. I didn't add that.
I mean, that would work in the sense of, in the same way that necromancers are just clerics with bad timing.
I like
Wow.
that. At some point, I need to work on. I have a necromancer fantasy romance novella.
Uh, you mean Laurel K. Hamilton's Anita Blake series?
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking.
I don't like. Actually, I won't say I don't like. I have a hard time with paranormal, and I can't explain why.
Because it assumes that that's the only difference.
Actually, that's part of why. That's part of
Okay.
why. And part of it is a lot of the stories, to be blunt, they're too white to keep my interest. And that also gets complicated where it's like, oh, so you live in fucking Chicago, and there's not a damn brown person around. Okay, this is Friends now. This is Friends of vampires and werewolf fucking. I will take the werewolf fucking. I will read it. I will enjoy it, but I will not do more than take this book home from the library. But there's another aspect of it too, which is a lot of the protagonists read kind of the same, male or female to me. And I can't, like, there's certain trends in how you construct a paranormal or urban fantasy, whichever you want to call it, character that I find really boring because I've seen them before. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, not if someone's just like a reskin, then what's the point?
Yeah. There are exceptions, of course, to all of that. Um, it just takes a book to really grab my attention. Um, and also, I've gotten to a point I don't like anything that's more than three books, except unless it's manga or like graphic novels. That also might be because I'm a bit cynical, because a lot of the self-publishing and publishing industry when it comes to genre works is keep publishing series, even if, every story's going to be completely different, put it in the same world, and then call it part of the series.
I mean, just fill the shelves and hope people will buy it.
No. Plus, like,
Print it and they will come.
I think that's
Or is that
also a medium
hentai?
I prefer on TV. Like, oh. Like, I would read a book series, though, if it was not, like, paranormal, but was closer to, like, what was that show? Dark Angel with Jessica Alba.
Don't recall it. I don't think I ever saw it.
Oh, one, it has
One, Jessica Alba.
yes, young, moist, pre-light.
Oh, please don't use moist. Don't use moist.
Juicy Jessica Alba.
Juicy spit.
Young and plump.
As you intentionally use every creepy possible adjective to describe her.
Sweet smelling.
Wow, now it's just getting a little bit leering.
Okay, do I need to call the prosecutor of Ghislaine Maxwell to take a look into you?
I promise you, I'm not a 40-year-old woman in disguise who's been a secretary to the worst people in Hollywood. But
And
Socially,
on
no.
that note, I'm gonna hop off, but it's been nice hanging out with you two.
I promise I'm not this weird most of the time.
It's
Lies.
all good.
Lies.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I would
Look at you
highly recommend.
scaring people off.
I try not to.
Lies.
I am so soft and approachable. I'm like the stuffed animal from like this. What is it? What's that commercial?
The toilet paper commercial?
No,
Snuggies?
the detergent.
Oh yeah, Snuggie.
Yeah.
It is Snuggie. Yeah.
I think I'm cute.
What's that?
The backwards robe?
No, the
What?
stuff, the teddy bear in the ads.
Yeah. Oh, that's for what?
Detergent.
It's
Oh, okay, yeah.
what is its name? Oh, it's very cute. I love teddy bears. What was my point? Oh yeah, I am
You had a point?
approachable. Yes, I am approachable. At least that's what people tell me.
You are approachable. And
I
you
don't
consider
know.
that a compliment? I'm kidding. Kidding.
I mean, what was the conversation I had? I don't know. Were you part of that conversation?
I don't even remember anymore.
Well, there was a conversation our mutual friend and I had. I think it had to have been around. Maybe you were. I don't know. But she was saying that apparently like I'm people find me easy to approach and talk to. And that's fucking news to me.
Oh yeah?
Of course, that might be years of bullying talking
Hmm.
and
Also possible.
isolation,
Also
but
possible.
I don't know. You're more an authority to say having interacted with me, but I don't know. I'm just a weirdo, and hopefully I find other weirdos.
Oh no. Look at this. Ah, curse you, demon grid crunch.
Is the blueprint not gonna work?
Yeah. Because of grid crunch.
Oh no.
That's why these are colliding.
Ah, gotcha. Hmm.
You know what? Let's do that. Because I can tell it, place what you can. And I'll massage it by hand.
Oh my. How intimate.
Oh, I can be very hands-on.
Oh, ooh la la.
It is kind of. Why? Ugh.
I'm still mad about the Enterprise theme. Um, just for the record.
Wow.
I'll never not be mad. Like, I have a visceral reaction to that theme, and I can appreciate some of the show and how it ends.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I just think most prequels are not a great idea. Though I would actually fucking love to see a series set during the eugenics wars.
That would be interesting because they did, they did kind of gloss over the whole, oh, we need to avoid more Kanunian things.
Yeah. If you ever get a chance, I do highly recommend the Con series by Gregory Cox. He's written a few Star Trek books, and the first two are long and all about the eugenics wars. The third one is the best one. It's a bit shorter. It's set between Wrath of Khan and the end of that Star Trek episode, and it's called Terrain in Hell, and it is a
Mm-hmm.
fantastic story
Okay.
because it sort of highlights what is ultimately the neglect of Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
Because they do kind of they drop them on this planet that's supposed to be paradise and then basically wipe their hands of it.
Mm-hmm.
So the novel details, the fact that the multiple novels detail the fact that because it was the 60s, um, you have all of these nations making their eugenically enhanced super children, and they all end up looking like, well, mostly white people. And, like, that's the result of using a Nazi scientist who still has his own plans, and how that, affects how they interact with each other and the world and how they come to see themselves. How it affects inevitably when Marla McGivers, the Starfleet, I think she was the Yeoman, who fell in love with Khan.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's just a fantastic series. Heartbreaking at points, but fantastic.
I mean, it'll kind of have to be, because you know how it ends.
Yeah. And what it does well is it sort of capitalizes on you know the result, but it makes you still constantly question why. Like throughout the story, at various points, you get Khan's perspective, and he genuinely believes in James T. Kirk as an honorable man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, of course they're going to come back and deal with the fact that this planet has gone to shit. No, no, they don't. And your wife dies, and your friends die, and even your enemies die. And it all sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
This is what happens when the liquor enters my veins. And the Star Trek enters my brain. You know who I would love to meet from Star Trek, though?
Who's that?
Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton?
Yeah, he just seems like a nice dude. One day I'll go to a convention again.
Yeah, one day they'll allow people to, you know, go out in public, socialize again.
That, or we end up in the electric internet cloud far sooner than this game would posit.
I mean, that this would be the way that, you know, the Mandalorian happens. With, you know, you never take off your helmet.
Go to the bathroom in the helmet.
I mean,
sex
while
in the
wearing the helmet.
Okay. That, yeah, how I worded it was a little unclear.
Yep. But anyway.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
shit in your helmet. It's fine.
Oh, man. Okay.
Just don't let sand get in it. 'Cause, you know,
Well, that's the problem with sand. It's coarse and it's rough and it gets everywhere.
thank you for being you and finishing that.
Mm-hmm.
God, why do you let me on your stream?
Just so that you distract people away from my fuck-ups.
Oh,
Yeah, it's very useful.
I guess I do make for a good... What would I be? Would I be a fireball? A cloud of noxious gas? Or, you know what? I'm Pam, and that's who I am from Archer.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be Lana.
Everyone wants
But-
to be Lana.
Yeah. She's
Mop.
the best.
That's
But, you know, nothing wrong with being Pam. Pam gets around.
Hell no, Pam is fucking awesome. You know, but everyone wants to, you know, be the super sexy spy. And it's like, no. Just no.
And I just find it funny that, well, technically, at least according to Archer, Pam's better in bed.
Yeah. 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 No, that is canon. That is in fact absolutely correct.
I just fucking love. Uh, so yes, definitely Pan.
Mm-hmm. I would say, I I mean, how can I say anyone but Krieger?
I could see it.
Yeah, I have the lab coat already. Yeah, that's all you need, right?
Mm-hmm. Just that. You know,
I call
I'll
him Fisto Roboto.
Where does he fit?
Everywhere. I'm just a Krieger looking for his Cheryl.
you want someone
Not
to
Cheryl.
choke out.
I mean, no. Why would you say that? Nope. Nope. No.
Uh, sometimes this sounds terrible. Sometimes I do, like in a very serious way. I listen to myself and I go, "Am am I Pam or am I the Cheryl of the situation?"
I mean, both can be good. Being the Pam or the Cheryl.
Uh,
Yeah, that is a saying I've co-opted. You're not my supervisor.
And then I say I'm your wife, that's higher than supervisor.
I don't know. Don't know about that.
that's good. Yeah, I have one more episode of the last season, and I'll be caught up. I just love the fact that when like Archer's in his coma and they have like the space season,
Uh huh.
that she's fucking Ripley.
Pam or
Cheryl.
Cheryl?
She's like
Okay.
repeatedly Ripley-esque in one her design and like her demeanor and the things they have her do. It's like, oh, what if she was just a complete bonkers person? Kind of great.
It is interesting to see Archer. I mean, first of all, how they as soon as ISIS started being a thing, they just kind of swept the name of the agency under the rug. Did you notice that?
Oh yeah, like that's actually in the new season. Early on, they hire brand consultants,
Uh huh.
and they kind of revisit the name and just settle on the agency.
Mhm.
I was like, you know what? I get it.
Right.
I mean, it's that had to be kind of a weird day when like somebody was like, "Oh no."
Okay. Now that we've just massively got ourselves like overburdened here.
Yay!
Yay! Because, yeah, it's... I mean, like, look, we need to double everything we've done already for that, which probably means doubling the mining of the spiniforms. Hooray. What's next? Plastic. Even though not, because this, these, and that. Alright. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how I thought I was getting 4 lines of plastic out of this. Because that is definitely not the right ratio. Wow. Oh, Lord. Right. Yes, okay. So, refined oil, graphite, plastic out, refined oil in. Alright, so we have 4, 8, 12, 16. 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. Three, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. Because, yeah, 1 every 3 for plastic means... Yeah. Seriously, I don't know how I come up with some of the stupid-ass math I do.
It's a skill.
It is. It really is a skill.
Quite frankly, I regard math as a form of demon worship and
Witchcraft.
witchcraft.
And there's 90. Oh, what am I doing? That was it. That's the one I wanted. Ugh, Lord. There we go. Oh, lack of item. Yikes. Okay. Did you ever see like those late night cartoons? The not like Adult Swim. Um,
Like pre-Adult Swim,
mm,
like Duckman and Dr. Katz, or like the
yeah, the
Oblongs.
maybe um the early cartoons that were very obviously not for kids. If that makes sense.
I think so. Like when you say very early cartoons, you mean like the ones made in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Nah, I mean
Whether
it's just surprised at what they could get away with. Like how oh or like the adult version of Who Framed Roger Rabbit called Cool World.
Oh, that movie?
Yeah. Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
I did not expect Brad Pitt to be in such a piece of schlock.
It is. Well, the interesting thing about Cool World is what's her face? Fucking Vicky Vale. What is her name? I can see her. I can't see her face, but I can think of her name. But basically, like, this is like a hard R and C-17 movie, and
Yes.
she went to the director and was like, I want this to be more family friendly.
How?
Exactly. And so it almost backpedals in weird ways. Like the movie is never sure
Mm-hmm.
like how it really works or how anything works. With Roger Rabbit, you know how things work basically.
Mm-hmm.
With Cool World, it's like, well, fuck if I know. Shit, man, let's just go along with this ride. So I'll say there's that was such a weird period of movies and films that as much as things have changed and there's so much today that you would never see in like 89 or 93 or even 97, there's a sense of filth
Mm-hmm.
that was in a lot of things. Like it's not a cartoon, but I've been rewatching this show called Silk Stockings.
Already sounds good. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, of course it's a cop procedural. So it's like Silk but like the act of stalking. So it's like all these sexy crimes and it used to come on like I barely remember it. Like it used to come on like at like 9 or 10 or something, when all the kids had gone to bed and it
Mm-hmm.
is so
But
raunchy and
I
horny.
really hate that so far. It hurts.
Oh. Well. Hmm. Oh no. The puppy is being insistent.
Aw. He has big opinions.
Apparently. Hang on a sec. Let me find out which. Let me find out if he's being insistent to go outside or upstairs. I'm funny to me. That's all that. That's all that matters. Oh, why?
I was at because I thought you were leaving too.
Yeah, that's 90, and it's one every 3. Are they not set right? I don't know. Because this was 270 before. The production, I mean, was 270 before I built this. Okay. Yeah, they're all set to the right recipe. Ugh, alright. I don't know, man. So, how are you doing on the, how you doing on the tequila over there?
I've made a dent. I have a little bit of the cocktail left, but I'm kind of eyeing it warily at this point.
Mmm.
Oh,
Mm, yeah, just sort of chilling out, man.
odd. You've got a gigantic ladder. I think you can hold it a minute. I did it.
Hooray!
Speed run, no death. I was worried because I had to restart from checkpoint because I caught it before the death registered. I
Gotcha.
wasn't sure whether restart from checkpoint.
Ah,
But apparently it does not.
excellent.
I knew the death was coming.
Mm.
And I got it soon enough. Oh yeah, you're gonna give me kisses? Did you want me to do what you want me to do? Yeah, that helps.
He is such a ham. He is a drama queen.
Yeah, I wonder who the next from.
I don't know what you mean, hun.
He's like his father in so many ways.
You mean fluffy and lovable?
Sure. He also hates me when he's nervous.
That's called patrolling.
No, it's
I could do without that. I could do without these.
You checked in on my tequila. Have you consumed the wine?
Yes, yes. The wine is dead. Long live the wine.
It shall carry on in our memories,
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
and then in the pee, as
And
all
our
wine.
bladders, yes.
I'm pretty vulgar. I'm not nasty, but I'm vulgar.
I mean, tell it like it is.
oh, come here.
Yeah.
Go on.
I have been told it's a way of deflecting.
Oh, really? Oh, is this where we get in? Is this the part of the night where we get introspective?
I mean, if are we at that stage of alcohol yet?
I mean, I think if we're gonna get there, I should get the other bottle of plum wine,
Mm,
or just wine, or I break out the Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels.
Get back. Fall.
I do have whiskey.
Mm. That's when the night really gets started.
I love myself some whiskey. That's actually the first proper shot I ever did. Also, how I learned I need to be careful with whiskey. I did my shot, and the bartender was like, "Wow, you must drink a lot of whiskey." I was like, "No." It's like, Whoa, okay. It's like, and I was like,
No.
that's my first thought ever. It's like, oh, huh, huh,
Oh, well, then buckle up.
yeah. But her
Huh?
reaction was a bit like, oh, that's cool, that's cool. But like the look of like, you should be careful.
Yeah.
Which is true, because I can slam back some good whiskey. I'm just too cheap to get
The
good
good
whiskey.
whiskey.
Yeah, I mean I have a bottle of Maker's Mark.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, it's I find it very easy to sip. I mean I do love my cheap whiskeys. I can do cinnamon whiskey almost any time.
It's fucking cold.
But I get a bit dangerous with after a certain level of cinnamon whiskey.
Yeah, Fireball will do that.
It's not even like it hits me super hard. Like Fireball has a way of making me want to snog things and people that I shouldn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can usually catch myself, or someone catches me. It's like
I,
I'm so.
I was about to say.
And I have never been super duper drunk. I'm usually very about my wits, though.
You got it. No,
At least that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Mm-hmm.
this is the longest unskippable credit season.
What is your booze of choice?
My booze of choice? That would have to be. Ugh. I mean, I've always had a what?
Reese's Piece?
Yes, I've always had a sweet tooth. Um, that is a little bit of that is part of my downfall. Um, but yeah, there's a kind of whiskey that is just so weird. I can't help but like it. It's called Screwball.
Somehow I
Screwball.
knew you were gonna say that.
Well, it's because I am such a screwball. Ha 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 ha. No, it's peanut butter whiskey. But it sounds like you already know about it.
Only recently heard about it. I've been curious to try it.
It's especially good if you mix it with Kahlua or some other chocolate liqueur.
I love Kahlua.
It makes a Reese's Pieces shot.
Ah, that makes sense.
I think if you make it a shot, it should be a Reese's cup.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
That's a cool idea. I like it. I, I need to try more things. I've kind of burnt myself out on fruity drinks.
I mean, I don't know. It's all about the kind of taste you want.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like with food, you know, sometimes you
Hmm.
have a taste for certain types of food for a while and then you kind of get like, eh.
You've had it too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Or
Hmm.
when that's kind of the main option. Yeah. I mean, I have Kahlua,
Hmm.
and there's a drink that sometimes I make. Actually, a friend was it. I forget all that he put in it now, which is a shame because it's actually very good. It was like raspberry liqueur, chocolate milk, Kahlua, Bailey's, and something else. It was a drink named after my nickname at the time.
Which was.
Um, he called it. My nickname at the time was Ferret, so he
Oh.
called it a chocolate ferret. The joke being, in part, that the real name was Crawling Ferret.
Hmm. Because it would make you. Yeah. It would make.
Yeah, and that was our relationship.
Oh.
Yeah. It was cute. It was a cute thing. Dirty as hell, but cute.
Hmm. I mean, so it's especially fitting for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh. I need to get that recipe. Forget that recipe or get. I think I told you about that stout I actually ended up liking.
No, what was it?
The one with the metal as fuck name that from the local brewery called Graveyard of Forgotten Gods.
Interesting.
It's very tasty. Like it has sort of like a chocolatey, warm note. It's very drinkable.
Hmm.
But the fucking name that's a large chunk of I was like, I have to try it. Like the metal head in me needs to try it. The metalhead in me, the big titty
Hmm.
goth girlfriend,
Hmm.
the emo kid in me, all of them want to try it. So yeah.
I still don't know which of the stouts it is.
Um, type of stout. I don't feel like googling the actual. It's by Sapwood Cellars. Oh fuck, it'll come to me.
Sapowitz Cellars? No idea. But no, I did have a um, one of those double chocolate stouts. Just the kind that's like so thick it's you could practically chew it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you love it extra dark and thick, don't you? great head, right?
You're calling me
It
out,
it was
and I
it was
can't
right.
lie.
Uh huh. Uh huh. I mean, it was right there. I had to make that joke.
True, true. I feel
Mhm.
like a tear in the universe would open if you didn't.
Exactly. Okay, that's fine. That's good. That's fine. This we can address.
Wait, I found a description, but let me see. Blend of spiced imperial porter, rye barrel aged imperial stout. This sort of fucking album insert of a description of the inspiration.
Mhm.
Dark chocolate, spicy malt, the tastiness. I just fucking love that, like, the description starts off with throughout human history, there have been thousands of gods venerated and sacrificed to, whose names we've lost. Like, how fucking metal.
Pretentious.
Oh, yeah, it's pretentious. It, it,
What's
it
the?
feels
What'd you say? Graveyard of dead guard gods.
graveyard of forgotten
There
gods.
you go. There we
I
go.
mean, it has that feel of like, okay, like this is like a Norwegian death metal band's like album insert starter.
Mhm. Sapwood cellars. There we go. And of course, what I want to do requires the facility that's just not building quickly at all. It's not good, man. Fine.
Completely out of order.
Alright. Our dogs, man. Our dogs. All I have to say about that.
Was the alarm sounding, or were they just announcing
They
things?
were they were just announcing. They do that.
They have to make their, daily proclamations.
Of course. Of course.
Part of me really does want a dog.
What's stopping you?
Um, I would have to talk to my landlady about it, and I'm working from home again, but dogs take a lot of time and effort and energy, and if I'm honest, like I just don't feel like I could give a pupper the sort of energy and time I'd be proud of, you know?
Mhm. Okay. I mean, it's good that you know that about yourself.
Yeah. It might change. I hope it does.
Mhm.
Because I love animals. I love dogs the most, after tigers and dolphins.
I was about to ask where cats would be in there.
I like cats. Cats tend to like me.
Mm, I like cats too, just do not want to live with any.
Why is that?
What the wife says is because I am one and I'm territorial, but
I'm not the only one that says that.
I don't know what you mean.
You scratch your back on the wall.
Yeah, bears do that.
You're definitely not a bear. Unless we're talking cavemen.
But I'm still not a bear then.
I know, you're not gay, but just sleep with men.
Oh my god.
Counts.
I'm just
Oh
gonna
my
sit
God.
here and listen.
Okay, hang on. Hang on. Dogs are trying to kill each other. Paisley, calm your tits. All 10 of them. Yeah. Alright, she's good now.
Have you ever thought about the fact that, like, if cat girls and, like, furry animals were real, like, there'd just be, like, a lot of tits?
Oh yeah, so many tits. That's basically what most of the furry porn is about.
I tend to not go into that part of the net. Well, actually, that's not true. I just ignore the furry shit.
I was about to say.
Yeah. I've had a lot of really negative experiences with furries.
Really?
Um,
I'm sorry to hear that.
like, yeah, and it's not confined to just, like, the furry community, and absolutely I've met some lovely people, and it's just like, I'm really wary, because there's a portion of that community that's a bit, it reminds me of parts of, like, other communities I've observed,
Mm-hmm.
of, I'm so desperate to find someone who likes this thing. Let me put this in your face all the time. You want to be a part of it, right?
Oh my god.
Like, oh, there was a girl in undergrad, and I was nice to her, and I thought we could be friends, but she was just like too immature, and I think she was like a mostly non-sexual furry, but like we were paired together in our acting class, and
Mm-hmm.
like he wasn't really trying, but she loved to perform. She loved the attention. Like
Okay.
unrehearsed, this bitch threw like a whole like one of those big magazines at my face. And I am an actress and I am a professional even in classes, so I kept it together. But like afterwards, the professor knew that was not planned. And it was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm fine." She just best
Yeah.
not talk to me
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
And of course,
I'm
she comes up to me again, and then she's like, "Do you want to see my furry costume? I got this new costume made." I was like, "No,
yeah.
no." Like,
Just not aware of social interactions.
yeah. And there's in any sort of communities that exists,
Right.
and I think the thing is, I've just run into the factions of a community where, for a lot of people, that honestly, being a furry is an escape from having to conform to those things. And uh, outside of that experience, like the next 3, 4 experiences were, let me see if I can convert you.
Oh no.
And I was like,
No. No, you don't ever want to try that. I mean,
I mean, the only person who ever was nice about me was this one guy, and
mhm,
he was very sweet, and he just had a mask thing.
mhm.
But I will never forget the conversation we were talking about, and he was like, I want to share something with you, but I don't want you to think I'm weird. I was like, just tell me. I won't be judgy or an asshole. And he's like, do you know what kigurumi are? Like, not the one piece suits people wear to be cute. I was like, no. Well, he was talking about like the full anime girl suits with like the fake skin and the fiberglass masks. Have you seen those?
No.
Oh, it's basically like a full anime girl thing. And I'm not yucking anybody's yum, but his after he explained to me and showed me some examples, uh, his his next like was like, I'd really love to have one of these made for you, and we could make a character for it. And he
I
was
mean,
so nice.
yeah, it sounds like he was trying to like ease you into it, not weird you out about it.
And that was the only time
Okay.
somebody had ever really been like not an asshole about it or about that sort of thing. He was also a furry and like mentioned that, and it's like
Mhm.
definitely like outside my thing, but he was like a nice person, and
Mhm.
he didn't demand friends or girlfriends or anyone like
Mhm.
be like assailed with it. You
Okay.
know, I,
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like that's a part of the furry community and the kigurumi community and all communities I like. It's it's the other attitude I've run into more though, and it sucks. I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
That you're fine.
I'm still mad about the magazine thing. That was so uncalled for. That's what we were reading a scene from Calendar Girls. So we were playing two old ladies, and I would have been fine if she talked about it with me.
Well,
But
why? I mean, she should have thrown a calendar.
well, it was supposed to be like we're sitting down in my character's living room, going through magazines for like sexy ideas. But
Mhm.
yeah, but she was just very hard to be around,
Mm.
and you know, hanging out. I couldn't talk about things I was into. It became okay. Like you talked for 5 seconds. Let me tell you all about the furry stuff, and you'd really like it. And da 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 da. It's like that's not my bag, sis. I'll listen, but
Sigh.
sigh.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I wish her the best. I hope she's living a happy, full, nerdy little life.
Far away from you.
Yeah, a safe distance. Like I begrudge very few people. I just want,
Mhm. A 500-foot radius.
just a pole, a wearable pole to keep certain people away. Nah, I'm just like, like that wasn't cool behavior. Like I don't go around like putting my kinks on other people.
Mhm.
You know, and I get it. It's awkward to like, particularly when you're like young, to like connect with folks, particularly if you're a bit outside the normal, or even if it wasn't a kink, like unusual hobbies.
Mhm.
But a little decorum maybe.
Why would you ever want that?
I could think of a lot of reasons. Have you ever just... Oh yeah, the tequila's fully joined my being. That was about to get real dirty.
Ooh. You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, I try to moderate myself a little on Twitch. A little. Sure, I'll talk about cloaca, buttholes, but I have a little class and a
Wait,
whole
since
lot of
when?
ass.
I was about to
Hey.
say, first of all.
I'm very classy. I can be a complete lady. You've seen me when I've been a lady. Once.
Mm-hmm. Once.
I just didn't bother, son.
Uh-huh.
The way I see it, if you can't handle me at my dirty wench, then you can't handle me at my imperial highness. But I've also been told that is deflecting too.
What's wrong with the little deflecting?
Nothing.
Exactly.
So I've been told I do it to keep people at a distance. That way, if unless someone completely disarms me immediately, I use it to keep casual things casual, and if they stay, well, that's more of a exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm. Hang on a sec, I need to take out some trash.
Do the chores.
Band!
Woo!
I'm still working on that one.
With practice, you'll get it. We can always find ways to get more bots.
Oh my lord.
I'm helpful. I think. I'm something. Lord knows what.
There's something, that's for sure.
Well, the way I see it, there is some truth to what I said or what I was told. If you can put up with me at this level, well, that's your choice. Honest to God, not sure how I haven't driven you to madness yet.
I mean, I play Call of Cthulhu. You're gonna have to try harder than that.
I can't do otherworldly creature shape shifting.
Well, that just sounds like a personal problem.
It really is, because if I could have two vaginas,
Mm-hmm. And what would you do with them?
Take a guess.
I mean, go for one thing you could do with that you can't right now.
Double the pleasure, double the fun with double mint gum.
You can do that right now.
I mean, nothing rhymes with like quad. Oh, I mean, you have if you could have multiple appendages that can experience pleasure,
Uh huh.
why not have multiple appendages? It,
Exactly.
you know, it's like if you have a clone of yourself, why not
Mm-hmm.
fuck yourself? It's just masturbation.
Right. That was a mistake. Dang it.
Whoops.
Oh no, I did need that. All right.
That
That I don't.
actually, what would you do with a clone of yourself?
Call up all of my old ex-girlfriends and say, "Hey, remember that one dream you had? Yeah, we can do it now."
Ah, well, you wouldn't be bored,
That
theoretically.
that is for sure.
Uh, I don't even know. It's an interesting idea. Never got the twins thing. I do get the clone thing. You know, I'd probably commit crimes. Are
That's
you
your
like?
go-to?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first thing I do.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I want to know. I don't think I'm a good kisser, so I want to try that theory. Because I don't. I don't. I overthink it.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be able to give yourself the perfect alibi.
And yeah, like, how could I have robbed this bank? I was.
Yeah, I was over here accepting, this thing on the TV show live.
Yeah, I was at that party with like 20 people.
Exactly.
How would I be there? You know, perfect crime. I mean, it would be like number 3 on the list. Like, mm, first would be kiss. Second would be smash. Or maybe I'd probably get bored of myself.
Oh my god.
So second would be
Seriously,
go
dog?
get food.
Oh my god.
Third's rob a bank.
I mean, there are quite a few things to do. But now you'd have twice the time to do it, right?
Well, the trouble with the clone scenario is how much is the clone? If the clone's a perfect clone of you,
Mm.
the procrastination and other issues would remain of certain things. So there'd only be so much improvement in terms of your time schedule and balance. I'd also want to have like a threesome with myself.
A threesome with yourself, so you'd get two clones.
No, be my clone and someone else.
Ah, I mean that's
And then,
kind of the first thing I mentioned.
yeah. What about like I don't know. I feel like it would be worth it just for the video.
How did I end up with so much extra? There should be equal.
Someone miscounted.
Apparently, Jesus Christ, what is that? 1,000 steel. Except that is way too much of the green circuit. Ugh, good lord. How do you put up with me? Don't answer that.
You two are adorable.
Thanks. So, hun, you suddenly have a fully grown clone of yourself. What do you do?
From that point in time, it's no longer your clone.
Oh, that's what happened. It doesn't actually have iron in it. That's the problem there.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Like you cease to be the same person after that point.
That is true.
So we're gonna have different experiences.
I wonder if we'd be naturally
So
repulsed
I
by
feel
our
a little weird about making decisions for another person. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
What if they're like
At
kind of chill and are down for what we're down for.
I mean, by definition, they would.
Oh,
I
did
think.
you not even hear me?
I think you were mumbling.
Oh, I said from that point on, it's a different person.
Yeah.
I would feel a little weird making decisions for another person.
Yeah, but say they were down for whatever.
I don't know, man. I don't find myself sexy if that's where you're going with it.
I mean, that's not the only option.
True,
You
that's
have
not the only option.
you could have a potential best friend. You could see how it is to spend time with yourself in a completely different way. Oh, you could get a giant sushi boat and eat all of it.
Yeah, there's no, not sushi boats. My wife hates sushi and fish.
But you could get a giant food item and eat all of it.
Yeah, maybe.
Milkshakes, Philly cheese,
Giant
even
fondue pot.
giant fondue pot. And you can't complain about the farts later because it's you.
There we go. There you go.
You know what?
Yes, I do.
Honestly, I think the first thing I would do would actually be just give myself a hug and say I know you're doing your best.
Aww.
Like, that. Uh, oh no, we've crossed the Rubicon.
Hmm?
Ah,
Oh, because I'm pulling up a whole line.
in part, in other part, I'm getting existential.
Is that what is that what you wish someone would do with you?
That I could just be hugged and told
Uh-huh.
I'm doing my best.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, yeah, like I want to be pet so bad,
Oh.
so bad. Like no lie, like last night, it wasn't a breakdown. It was just like I was really upset and I was like, why the fuck am I feeling this way? And I was just like, oh, someone said they missed me and now I have feelings.
How dare you have feelings?
What a crime. So I'm just like in bed, like,
I mean,
oh,
lack of human interaction and lack of human touch will do that. We are inherently social creatures.
yeah. Well, it's I will say the diversity of touch and connection. You know, I'm very lucky in a way that I live with my mom because I have that familial bond and we actually get along more or
Hmm.
less. You know, but full stop from my last relationship into like fairly recently. It was like, mm, none of the intimate touch I like. And I was like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. Yeah, I like being touched, but I don't like being like a security blanket, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Or I can be, but like I need someone to be like, hey, I want to like hold you like you're a fucking stuffed animal. You down? And it's like, okay, I'll think about it, and I'll be like, okay, or not if I can't deal with that level of touch, but I'll still like accommodate. I'll still do like a come into my bosom,
Like a what?
a come into my bosom.
I I don't know that one.
That
What?
is that is that is when I hug people and I smush their face in my bosom.
Ah. Oh Lord. I'm trying to pixel hunt here,
I can tell.
and I'm good enough. Good enough.
Good enough is the best enough.
Well, you are technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, gonna have to rectify that soon. This road. This rose thrives on affection. Also, I have made healthy choices lately, though, so I can at least be proud of that.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Sometimes you realize that there's people you like, but who are just too fucking messy.
Anyone
Especially
I
not.
know?
I mean, quite frankly, it's possible that you have. Well, actually, there's two people. One I'm still associating with, but that association might change because it's just too much.
Adrian's not up there.
And the other person, there's a potential you might know them or know of them, but I don't know.
Okay. I mean,
I've come to the conclusion that some people say they want the friends with benefits without the friend part, and I can't do that.
yeah, some people are just too much drama, too messy, too toxic to your mental state. You
Or
gotta,
more so,
you gotta watch the people around you because that's the environment you're gonna be growing in.
yeah, that's a very, very wise way to put it.
Thank you. Ah, sorry. Puppy insisted on tug of war. Speaking of take, you know, taking care to be careful who you have around you. Apparently, mine includes this dog.
Both dogs.
That's like the exact opposite of a toxic relationship. It's the healthiest relationship.
Oh, with the dog? Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh god. Okay, you win. And she runs off triumphant with it. There we go.
Yeah, but you're right. Like you got to be mindful of who's in your circle in your world and how deep you want them to go. And some people say one thing, but realistically, they mean another. And you know,
Some people, yeah. I'm well. just at a baseline, not everyone is meant to be your forever.
No, well, it's not even just. It doesn't even go that far. Some people aren't even putting in the effort to be present at all on a very baseline level, and like I can be kind of surface level over text, but like I genuinely, partially, I ask questions all day as my job, and I'm not good at that. that I'm really not good at the questions part, because my brain just sometimes really struggles with that. But
Mm-hmm.
it's also I'm actually interested in people's lives, and they can just tell me shit. I enjoy listening for the most part. Um, but being told that, or someone assuming I want more out of a dynamic or a relationship because, I'm actually being a friend and checking in. Yeah, I don't get that. Like, and not checking in an extreme way, just a hey, how are you doing?
Hmm. That's unfortunate. When you
It's
thought,
immature.
yeah, it's on the emotional level of you said hi to me, so we're married now.
That is how that works on our planet. Oh, what a fucking mess. But yeah, I mean it's just that shallow. Like at first I kind of gave the benefit of the doubt cuz like I was like, okay, like I originally did have kind of a crush in this situation. That crush is long since gone and I'm just treating you like I treat friends. And to be blunt, fuck it, it's after midnight here. You know,
Yeah, here too.
you know what?
Oh
If
no.
someone tells you that sometimes they kind of depending on sexual acts kind of have a drop
Mm-hmm.
even if they're the one in control, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna follow up.
I mean, top drop's the thing.
Yeah. And to then hear fucking crickets, it's like, okay, shit. Like I at this point I'm just kind of like, okay, you know what? The healthiest thing for me is I need to build actual friendships with people who are willing to listen to what I'm telling them and are mature enough to respond like goddamn adults.
That is unfortunately a rare thing in our society.
Incredibly so. And it's hard. Like, let's be real. All of us struggle with that sometimes. We get in the head about things. We project. Sometimes we're right, even. And
Mm-hmm.
we gotta find a way to work around that. And sometimes, I appreciate when people are straight up with me and say, "Oh shit, I feel really weird about this," or when someone says, even if it's incredibly awkward, I don't want, I feel like you're catching feelings and I don't feel the same way.
Yeah, I have had to have that talk with people.
Yeah, which, isn't a fun talk to have, but
No.
sometimes it's a necessary one, and
No.
sometimes you learn you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, it's like, I can
Oh
understand
no,
why
I've
you think
caught the
that.
feels.
Oh yeah. Because I have been that person where it's like, oh, I briefly experienced that. However, this is my normal behavior. I can be highly social sometimes.
Mm.
And I like to affirm that people like me as a person and affirm that I like them as a person. You know? Like, but maybe I'm the weirdo.
I mean, I'm not 1,000% sure what you're trying to say here.
I don't know. I'm rambling.
It's okay.
Uh, I'm sorry.
Why?
I, I, uh,
You're
uh,
fine.
uh, this is what happens when I drink. The filter goes and the words come out and thoughts, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a bad time.
Or the best time.
It's a time.
It is indeed a time.
I'm an experience.
Certainly not forgettable.
I hope so. I hope so.
How the fucking do this?
It looks like it's challenging. That's also, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, I prefer when people, like, sometimes you don't have to. But I kind of prefer when people put their cards on the table sometimes.
Oh?
Yeah, like, I'm I'm a categories person. Like,
Okay.
with my brain. There's friends with whom I snoo snoo.
Mm-hmm.
There's friends with who I do not snoo snoo.
Uh-huh.
And there's conversations that can bridge that gap, but I have to reshuffle categories in my brain. But, but like, I like knowing where things stand, even if that standing is just like, this is just we're just seeing what fucking happens. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
cool, then we're on the same page. That's dope. Like, mega dope. Like, I can do that. But it's like, it's too common where nobody wants to say anything.
Mm-hmm. And you all lose out.
And in the losing out, people make assumptions about what particular behavior means and looks like, and the truth is sometimes we don't know. Sometimes, I can be highly social, like I said, and
Uh-huh.
sometimes people mistake that as me like being
Wanting more.
incredibly, yeah, and it's like that isn't always the case, and even if there is a crush, that doesn't necessarily mean I want more.
Right.
Those are two different things. Like, I can have a crush on somebody and be like, nah, this is good. This is fine.
I am
Like,
perfect. Where you are perfectly fine from just gazing from afar.
yeah, like sometimes having a crush can be just a nice feeling. Feeling that little rush of excitement, you know, that's, I don't know, I think it's a beautiful thing. But people need to just be like straight up. Even if you don't know the answers, I always say, like, shit, like, at least you can tell someone that you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's like with a mystery casserole.
A mystery casserole. That's a new
Yeah.
one.
So, like, someone gives you a casserole
Uh-huh.
and you don't know what's in that shit. It could be broccoli and chicken and rice. It could be pork and tomato sauce. There's too much cheese and crusty bits to look down. Well, how do you know if you're allergic to something in that if no one tells you what's in it? You don't need to know the exact composition of how the casserole's made,
You
but
just
you
need to
might
know
need
what it's made of.
right. Like I'm allergic to fucking alfalfa sprouts. Learned that the hard way. You know what?
That's weird.
I
No
oof.
offense.
Oh, it is very weird. I got taken off a plane because of it and ended up spending an extra day in England. It was not good.
Yeah, who would want to spend any days in England?
Oh, I love England. Jolly old land. Except I'd been there like a month and a half, and I just wanted to see my parents, and I was like 24
Oh.
hours underslept, so I just burst into tears in the airport.
Oh no.
It was so bad. The poor parent, they took me off the plane.
Oh.
Like the paramedic had to calm me down. He was like, "I'll be all right. I'll be all right. You know, we're just making sure you'll probably be fine. We're gonna set you up in a hotel with some meal tickets. It'll be fine."
Just want to go home.
I legitimately said that. I said that like 4 times, and he like held my hand. It turns out it might have been a good idea because by the time I had a scarf on, like the whole day and a half I was in transit to get to the airport.
Uh huh.
I didn't take it off till I got to the hotel. My neck was jacked up.
Fun.
Like it was like super swollen, and I was like, oh, oh no. Um, but yeah, that's how I learned I was allergic to alfalfa. So to continue the analogy, I need to know if a casserole has alfalfa in it. You know, it's like to
Mm-hmm.
compare it to like a quote unquote relationship type thing. If somebody is,
Well, yeah, they both have lots of layers,
yeah,
like an
lots of
ogre.
layers, and also like,
How about buffets? Everybody likes buffets.
this is true. Donkey's wise, man. That's why the dragon fucks him. Um, but yeah, like, the thing about parfaits is you can see what's in them. People need to be like parfaits, not casseroles of mystery.
Mm.
Because like someone gives you a casserole, like, and it's like, okay, you might be fine eating it, but if I don't know there's motherfucking alfalfa in it, everybody's gonna be like, okay, she's covered in hives. Does anyone have Benadryl? And or this bitch needs an EpiPen. It with a relationship, friendship, whatever, you
Mm-hmm.
gotta know if there's alfalfa in this shit. You know, are there peanuts in this pie? And I have
If I
discovered
eat this, I will die.
yeah, or I'll get an upset stomach or something. Like
Sometimes it's just that little, yeah. No, I definitely, I definitely appreciate someone who would be fully candid. Just, as you said, throw the cards on the table, see what lands.
yeah, and I think that can intimidate people.
Hmm. The question is, what kind of level of outgoing nature, how much energy someone puts out do you need in whoever you're going to be in whatever relationship with?
Yeah,
That is a legit need. That is a
yeah,
legit concern. Metric. Whatever.
it's a very good point. Is it? And how do you moderate expectations? Because like if somebody's wanting a certain level of contact and you can't give it, that's okay. but you need to own up to that fact. It's like if somebody's interested in like a relationship escalator, they need to be transparent about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's also why like you got these. I also take the responsibility of letting people know I'm allergic to this weird random food item.
Well, there goes my plan to make alfalfa pie.
Oh no. Bed me and dead me. It was enough.
Only after the life insurance policy goes into effect.
The full plan come out.
Uh,
But yeah, like man, I wish more people got that shit. Even with friends, like oof. Sometimes it's worse with certain people. Like some friends, like they really will mess you up. But maybe I have just led a sad life. Actually, I won't say sad. I've led a life of intense excitement. No, that's a lie.
there you go.
I have lived. Period.
There you go.
Woo!
Hooray, living! Wait, boo, living.
Yeah, being alive. Aren't you
Boo,
dead?
being alive.
What a great cover for a zombie. I should write that into a movie or a book. Just like a zombie that still retains most of their intelligence. And is trying way too hard to prove that they're alive. It's like, yeah, fucking love life, man. I just love the shit out of it. I'll eat a pizza.
I mean, it is the next. That is the next step to the person who hides the fact that they've been bitten.
What do you think of that trope?
I mean,
That-
okay, after seeing 2022 and 2021, people would be like, "Oh yeah, I got bitten. It's fine. I have an immune system. Don't worry about it." They're just trying. They're just trying to make money off of a zombie cure.
I had a cold once. I'm fine. Oh God, you're
I mean,
right.
looking at the Marvel universe post blip, post snap, it's like seriously, you're telling me that after this massive problem, where so many people died, things just keep on going, and then you walk out of the movie theater and you look around and you think, oh shit.
Yeah, I don't. I know they don't want to get like super dark with it, but the blip as a concept is like fucking devastating and a legal nightmare.
It really is. They touched on that for that's kind of how the route they went with Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Mm-hmm. Which I kind of liked. Like they did. My thing is like I almost wish they went a little further with it, and I know Marvel wouldn't. Like not hitting you over the head political, but just going along with, for people the world sort of forgets the marginalized, the economically disadvantaged.
Uh huh.
The blip could theoretically change everything.
Or change nothing, because if nobody pays attention to them,
Hmm.
then maybe nobody noticed.
True. That would be a devastating thing to come back to. Like you are gone for 5 fucking years, and
Nobody notices.
yeah, oof. Like, honestly, like my first thought was like, what happens if you come back? You know, your spouse has legally remarried. You know, has
Mm-hmm.
collected life insurance on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like in some cases, that's not really an issue, depending on the situation and the like relationship system makeup.
Mm-hmm.
But in your traditional, at least semi-monogamous setup, that is devastating. And like my brain starts going, would the insurance companies try and sue
Of
people?
course they would try to get out of it.
You know,
Actually, they may have been just massively trying to delay because you have to wait 7 years for someone to be declared legally dead.
right? And how would they be able to pay it? Like functionally. And I always wondered, like, because of the blip, like, because they never specify what half of the universe's population looks like,
Uh huh.
there's there might be planets completely unfucking touched. And then there's planets that they might have literally ceased to exist for 5 years.
So
And
a in a similar thing that happened in a game I ran, where there was just massive, seemingly random death and carnage.
mm-hmm,
You know, basically, giant monsters came down from the sky and ate everyone. That's literally what happened. Giant monsters came down from the sky and ate entire cities. Um, in a cosmic horror game, in a cosmic horror setting. Um, there were there was definitely a whole bunch of cults who took advantage of that, and not in the Hail Yogg-Sothoth kind of way. It's the see, we only lost 10% of our people. We're obviously the blessed. Perfectly
yeah,
mundane. They're not evil, just assholes.
mm-hmm,
They're just opportunistic.
which is what happens in real life all the time.
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole thing in Death Note with Akira. You had that cult pop up. Of course, I don't remember the name.
It's, I mean, and some of it, you know, not even just like from an asshole perspective, people who genuinely seek, want, and need an explanation of events and why they're the survivors of something and blah 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 can turn very very scary.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Like I try to imagine what I would do, and that I don't know. Like, do you try to pick up life where you left off?
I mean, if you were the ones who came back,
Yeah.
I mean, what else is there to do? It depends on your situation. Um,
Yeah.
God damn it, I forget if I included those. It's hilarious. We're at the curvature of the planet where just going directly across is probably better.
Mm.
Alright, yeah, 54. I need 6 total. Oh,
Mm.
shit.
And huh, huh.
But no, I mean it would depend on your your circumstances.
And really how willing people are to make space for you again.
Yeah, because 5 years they'll you know they'll have taken up that that space.
Yeah. I mean, what
I
other choice did they have?
I just seriously wonder like how many suicides there were after the after suddenly so many people left, and it's like, oh no, they were raptured
Oh,
and I'm one of the damned now, that sort of thing.
oh yeah. There had to be tons, like a ton of people who. I mean, I will say this: like, there was a part of Torchwood I really this. I guess I'm a fucked up person, but the Torchwood Children of Earth,
Oh lord, that one, go ahead.
yeah, it has a
Yeah.
lot of problems, but I think they were very realistic in dealing with the fact that a bunch of people like dip out. Like they're just like aliens are real and my religion is false. I don't know what to believe in. Peace.
Mhm.
And like off themselves. When I think like as dark as it is, yeah, you know, um, that would completely and fundamentally ravage people's worlds.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, the only time that I think Marvel dealt with the impacts of religion, or the impacts of not not the blip, because I don't think they're gonna touch that with a 1,000 foot pole, but
Yeah.
uh, just what's going on is when they showed a Church of Asgard,
Mm. Yeah. That's like. I hope there
like
is a
Korean
comic.
Church of Asgard, because of course it's Korean for some reason. I don't know.
Well, I think I feel like stuff like that in a weird way is like also a response to Odiness, which are the racist ones usually. You know, like there's actually like a huge, not huge, but like a big issue a lot of racists have with Marvel is the Asgardians are a multi-ethnic society with different,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, but they're not actually like they're following their imagined dream of what that is, not
Oh God, yeah.
you know not anything based on the original stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's something to make them feel special and justify their hatreds and
Right,
bad behavior.
right.
You know.
All right. So what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? Um, that's that's good. That's good. This is a problem.
I'll tell you one thing though.
Uh oh.
In a world of the blip,
Uh huh.
if there is a parallel universe, you know, of Marvel where that happens, and you know, we all exist, we all have
Mhm.
counterparts there.
Mhm.
I wouldn't have become a fucking therapist. Not in that world. Not that version of me.
Too much collective trauma, even for you to deal
Yeah.
with.
Yeah. I mean, one, I've never wanted to be a crisis therapist, and two, like, oh God, like if I had to live through that, like, I probably would have gone government, like community
Mm.
planning and shit.
Mhm.
But I wouldn't do direct, like, Yeah, let's talk about the fact that your whole household is gone. And there's nothing we can do about it because our universe is full of beings far more powerful than us.
Yeah, that would be a little awkward.
Yeah. like it's like I can't help you, but I do have vodka.
Oh yeah, yeah. Liquor and sin, st- uh, sin-based luxuries definitely sold through the roof,
Oh yeah. Oh,
as they do.
there'd be some fantastic orgy cults though.
Oh hell yes. I mean, shit. With COVID, there are fucking orgy cults.
Oh yeah.
Just New Year's. They found like they the cops busted up like a 70-person orgy in Spain.
Oh my god. Oof.
I know. Where do I get an invite, right?
I mean, it's part of me is like, yes, this is the chaos I want, and the other part of me is like, oh no. Yeah. I mean, if we were facing a non-diseased based scenario like this,
Mm.
like, I think it would be very different.
You mean like if there were actually aliens instead of an an enemy that people could actually see instead of
Viruses?
yeah.
I think it would be different in that way. I think depending on in a world like Marvel, where you literally see some of the strongest people on Earth who have saved the world multiple times fucking fail, and essentially your entire world is forced to grapple with the reality that there's an entity and objects that render us less than ants. That would fuck with the world.
I mean, you're talking Lovecraft there.
Yeah.
That's all. That's quote unquote all. Um,
It's in your wheelhouse.
yes, little bit, just a wee little bit less. Uh,
But I would just, I don't know. I'd like to say I would try and just like live a normal life. And that might be how it looks on the surface. Nah. I'm wearing out people's knees. I'm wearing out my knees.
mm-hmm.
like, I don't know. Like, I think that's fair.
Possibly, possibly.
I mean, what you would you in a situation of that gravity, would you not turn to the physical comforts and pleasures of feeling?
The fuck are you talking about? I already do.
Exactly.
The vagaries of physical form are already existentially horrific enough.
True. And yet, how delicious a feeling. I mean, but I don't know. I could see joining a sexy commune or two. That and like joining a commune, getting swept up. Cause I genuinely feel like this this would be a thing, you know, like a sudden swell of vigilantes.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And the thing I kind of hated with like the canceling of Daredevil and
Mm-hmm.
all of that is like that actually would have been a fucking perfect introduction. Like the Avengers are gone. Who is protecting places?
I mean,
So I
they
have
kind of, they kind
my
of
brother.
did that.
Mhm,
Kind
they
of
do.
did that. I thought.
Kinda, sorta, but I mean more on a no-name level. Like, I don't know. I have not seen the last two Spider-Man movies, which is really bad, and I really
Oh,
want to see them.
okay.
But demonstrating, you know, just more of a feel for like the ground heroes have become more well known. You know, but I also have a running joke with my brother that like the New York heroes stick to their fucking neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
Like Daredevil's just like the Avengers call him and he's just like, but is it Hell's Kitchen? No, it's downtown Manhattan. That's not my jurisdiction. Yeah, it's not Spidey crosses jurisdictions and he's still your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And just clicks and hangs up on Tony Stark.
Wow.
It's like the
I
only
mean,
the only
Daredevil's Catholic guilt only goes so far, apparently.
oh
Yeah,
god.
yeah. When the Chitauri are attacking, nope. Sorry, not Hell's Kitchen. I'm dealing with the two who wandered off from the invasion and are taking a smoke break. Y'all get the ones right at the portal.
Oh yeah. Like part of the part of the idea is like, you know, like Daredevil just calls Luke Cage. It's like, did they get on you too? I told them I only handle the Bronx right now. This is my turf. It's like, yeah, said the same thing.
Lord.
It's like, Luke, we really need you, man. Ah,
Do
Tony,
you
I'm not the
really?
one.
Do you really?
You've been an Avenger.
Was he?
I've been a yeah.
Okay.
Silver Age of comics.
Ah.
It hasn't been fairly recent. Usually they end up just having the Defenders back, and then they cancel. I'm a big
Okay.
comics history nerd.
I love it. I mean, the I love the story about how they told Jack Kirby, you know, we liked Black Panther issue 1, but you really need to put more white people in issue 2. So, you know what he did for issue number 2?
Oh gosh, is that when I'm like all of the evil white people start coming in?
That's when he had him beat up the fucking KKK.
You know what? Yeah, that's exactly what it needed to be. Like fucking fucking amazing. I'm so glad I went to Comic Con the last year Stan Lee was there. And it was, I don't know, he just had such a positive energy, and he was just talking about all the guys who had kind of passed, and I got really lucky because he talked about one of my major areas of golden age comics interest, which is teenage romance comics too.
Mm-hmm. Where they're whenever they needed to get an action scene, they just fridged the woman.
Well, what he was talking about, it's like, these comics would have, advice, sometimes from real letters, sometimes from fake letters. And so, all these like 20 and 30-year-old guys had to develop these like auntie personalities to give them advice.
That's hilarious.
So like, he was saying, like, we were a bunch of guys sitting around and we'd have to ask our girlfriends and wives. And it's like, oh, yeah, yeah.
That's great.
Because people love to forget, like, that has historically been the comic book audience was mainly teenage girls. People forget that for a long period of time. That was the most successful
Mm.
market.
I mean, a lot of things changed when they realized they would have to write things for girls.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, it comics became so rooted in the superhero genre, and there was a transition too, where as time went on, for better and for worse, the fans sort of came in, and there were fans of superhero comics, and you know, there was more television for teenagers and teenage girls. Um, so it became one of those things that just sort of fell off, and the myth of comics became there for boys. But between, let's say, 48 and 67 or 68, romance comics, comics aimed at the female audience were wildly popular and made way more money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, that and prior to that, detective comics between like the 30s and 50s are the reason superhero comics got to exist, because there were numerous companies that were just like, this superhero shit is popular but also losing us money. And it got better at different points. Um, but yeah, as you can see, I'm a giant fucking geek.
The best kind.
Why, thank you. Uh, oh man, it's like almost one. But
Oh, is it? Oh lord.
yeah,
I should actually like nominally have a normal sleep schedule.
yeah, same here.
Ugh.
Gonna wrap up then soon?
Soon.
Or are you gonna one more turn this?
Definitely gonna one more turn this.
Okay. But I'm gonna go tinkle and then I'll be back.
There you go. There we go. Load that bitch up. Motherfucker! It would help if I actually fully built it out. Hmm. Thank you, V1 Seams. Welcome to the stream. V1 Seams says best spaghetti I've seen. Um, this is incredibly unspaghettied compared to some things I've seen. But yeah, I do what I need to at the point. I'll actually be right back. Oh. And I'm back.
Hello again.
How dare you return? After that shit you just pulled. Nah, I'm kidding.
I will always trespass. I cannot be beaten.
Oh, alright, so I'm trying to just like squeeze as many carbon nanotubes as possible out of this space. I don't want to, Alright, that's what I'll do right there. Yeah, the surface of this planet's becoming very cold.
I feel like that's an inevitability after a certain point.
Well, I mean, like, because the tops of the chemical facilities are these uh, globes, which just reminds me of in Futurama, the top of the Futurama building. If you need me, I'll be in the Angry Dome.
It makes sense. I'd make that connection too.
Ah, damn. does this one go?
I figured you'd find this amusing.
Oh,
So I asked my friend jokingly if the we call it the porn story he's writing
okay.
uses the word moist, and his response was, "It's an erotica, not a horror story."
Wow.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, sounds fair to me.
I just responded with a picture of Baron Simo saying fair.
Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 33, 45, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Yes! Jesus flippin' Christ. Alright. The things I do for science.
You sacrifice so much.
I really, really do. Making all See, it says theoretical max up there, but I am curious what kind of bottlenecks there are from belts. I don't think we can really look into that right now. I am actually a little worried about power on this one because I think it's gonna top 5 gigawatts. That just might mean that this one right here spits out a line of the fuel rods, and we have fusion plants right here. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Um, okay. Now, see, of course, that's all.
So,
Right. That's what that is. I'm actually willing to cross that off of the list, which means that the next planets to yeah, the next bottleneck next that I should open the next bottleneck that I should open is this one right here with the crystal silicon. That means getting hold of some fractal silicon.
is that doable?
Oh yeah, that's very doable. It's a rare resource right here. Which is pretty weird because, and actually, that's interesting. So, it's one fractal silicon gets split into 2 crystal silicons every 1.5 seconds. Which means that I should be having that done here on this planet. Because that way you move 1,000 fractal silicon per vessel, which splits into 2,000 crystal silicon versus moving 1,000 crystal silicon with the exact same energy requirements. The only difference being where is the process, where's the split done. So, I'm crashing at the moment, so I'm gonna head to bed in a little bit. But the next thing on the to-do list is to make the crystal silicon assembler line here. And then go elsewhere and find fractal silicon to mine. So, all right. Well, that is definitely going to be it for me tonight. Thank you for joining. Darla, as usual, you're amazing. Love to,
Now you're
love to
now you're
hang
just
with
going
you.
to my head.
What's that?
Now you're just gonna go to my head and fill it full of all these positive things.
Well, that is the biggest sex organ. But but no, as usual, amazing to hang out, amazing to chat. I'm fairly sure we didn't scare off too many people.
Time will tell.
Time will tell, or it won't because they won't come back and we'll never know. So, thank you for joining. Everyone else in the peanut gallery in the audience, thank you for joining. Hope we didn't scare you too badly. Happy to have you in the chat anytime. Um, Join me next time, and until then, keep on partying.